Chapter 3723. Oh no, this is bad. Sun Kongshangren is startled. He immediately calms his mind and activates his secret technique. He secretly cries out, "Why am I suddenly confused at this time? There must be geniuses in this world. There must be almighty people who are stronger than me. Rather than letting this almighty person be my enemy, it's better to let this almighty person be my old friend. It's my good fortune to be able to meet Taoist Master Shao. Not to mention that because of Taoist Shao, I joined hands with Zhang Daoran in the Jade Pavilion conference and avoided the ending where both sides suffered heavy losses. Not to mention that because of this, I obtained the Green Abyss Dragon Saliva. Today, because of Taoist Shao, I was able to make great progress in my cultivation because of the secret technique. Based on this alone, what qualifications do I have to be jealous of Taoist Shao? I can't thank him enough, right? But why is my Tao heart suddenly unstable? Oh no. Sun Kongshangren suddenly realizes something. A burst of ecstasy rushes into his heart. Could it be that I'm going to break through? Soon after, Sun Kongshangren didn't dare to think too much. He tried his best to connect with his nascent soul and let go of the ominous soul that he couldn't completely control, leaving only the ominous soul that he could control to continue absorbing. However, just as Sun Kongshangren was going all out, a trace of doubt appeared. Perhaps Xiaohua also has the same idea as this old man? He may not be able to deal with these vicious souls, but he wants to sacrifice himself to save our lives. At this time, Xiaohua is naturally not fighting alone. More than 100 nascent souls are fighting together. With these 100 nascent souls, the Shenqing spirit forbidding formation is no longer a threat. After absorbing hundreds of ancient vicious souls, it's only a matter of time before his cultivation improves greatly. Moreover, as the Shenqing spirit forbidding formation stabilizes, the Yellow Springs formation of the Cloudy Mountain Maze starts to wreak havoc again. What's this? The aura of the Yellow Springs water weakens and floats to Xiaohua's left side. Xiaohua frowns. His heart is moved. Netherworld water? This formation? Oh, I understand. In just an instant, Xiaohua came to a sudden realization. His admiration for Zonglongzi was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. This is a formation master. This is a senior of our Taoism. It's fine if he doesn't make a move, but once he does, it will definitely shock the heavens and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. With this ancient ferocious soul and the netherworld water, the balance of yin and yang, the fusion of life and death, it is truly difficult to resist. Oh no. If that's the case, then Zhang Daoran and Zhai Xingzi will be in deep trouble. If it was anyone else, it would surely be difficult to deal with this netherworld water that was filled with death qi, and they would surely have no choice but to flee if they didn't possess a great divine ability or an unusual secret technique. However, for Xiaohua, it was an extremely simple task, especially now that he had successfully tempered his divine will. Quick! While thinking, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He opened his mouth and the Kunlun mirror flew out. Xiaohua formed a seal and hit the Kunlun mirror. The Kunlun mirror emitted a six-colored brilliance from midair and covered the area around Xiaohua. Then, Xiaohua withdrew his divine will and swept it towards the netherworld water. As soon as he touched it, his divine will was immediately corroded by the netherworld water. However, the moment Xiaohua's divine will was corroded, the netherworld water immediately flowed into the inside of the space like a trickle. For Xiaohua, who had the inside of the space, collecting the netherworld water, was that simple. Xiaohua was that willful. Using his mind to absorb things was naturally much easier than using a secret technique to absorb the primordial ferocious souls. After a short while, the primordial spirit forbidding formation and the Yellow Springs formation returned to a temporary balance. The raging primordial qi of heaven and earth and the rampant restrictive spells slowly calmed down, and the formation within 100 miles became calm again. No one knew that Xiaohua had actually taken away the uncontrollable water of the Yellow Springs without anyone noticing. Both Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran saw the phenomenon of Xiaohua absorbing the ancient ferocious soul clearly. However, Zhang Daoran didn't think that Xiaohua could help him. The Yellow Springs formation was so powerful. Needless to say, the profound purity spirit forbidding formation was even more so. Even if Xiaohua could break the profound purity spirit forbidding formation, he probably couldn't save him from danger. Moreover, the Netherworld Chill Ghost Gallbladder was refined by Zhang Daoran with the help of the Netherworld water. It only took the time to drink a cup of tea to finish. Of course, this kind of action was more of a resistance than a refinement. Without the Netherworld Chill Ghost Gallbladder, Zhang Daoran didn't have the strength to resist the Netherworld water. Thus, while Zhang Daoran was hoping that Xiaohua and Sun Kong would be able to escape the formation alive, he also used his cultivation technique to fuse the refined Netherfrost Ghost Gall into his nascent soul, once again resisting the corrosion of the Yellow Springs. Between life and death, Zhang Daoran didn't have any extra thoughts to be happy about his cultivation rising. He only wanted to resist for as long as possible. Until the end, he realized that the Netherworld water was gradually decreasing. There were even signs of it drying up. What's going on? Zhang Daoran was surprised at first, then he was ecstatic. The reason why the Netherworld water was decreasing was no longer important to him. The important thing was that he didn't have to die. The important thing was, he could use the remaining Netherworld water to integrate the Netherworld Chill Ghost Gallbladder that wasn't completely refined into his nascent soul. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran didn't dare to delay. This was an opportunity that was fleeting. Zhang Daoran didn't have time to withdraw his Dharma body. He sat cross-legged in midair and started to cultivate. Zhang Daoran, who was in the most dangerous situation, was already fine. Zhai Xingzi, who used the water of the underworld to cultivate, was even less of a threat. When he saw that the water of the underworld had slowed down, he was happy because he didn't have to divide his attention to resist the water of the underworld. He only had to finish practicing his secret technique before the water of the underworld disappeared. Actually, to Zhai Xingzi, the most important thing was the beginning of the cleansing of the star core by the Netherworld water. That was to use the chi of death to wash away the impurities in the nascent soul, then use the chi of life to cultivate the nascent soul from the star core. After this stage, the Netherworld water could only be used as a support. What was truly useful was his secret technique and the chi of heaven and earth. When Xiaohua started to collect the Netherworld water, a 3-inch nascent soul was already born from the Netherworld water. When the chi of death and chi of life were in a stalemate, it slowly grew. Strands of starlight lingered around the nascent soul's body as the secret technique was activated. After Xiaohua made his move, the outer layer of the misty mountain maze had already started to calm down. Unfortunately, this tranquility only lasted for a few breaths. The huge explosion that caused the outer layer to tremble rumbled once again from the center of the formation. 2 auras that were even more terrifying than the hundreds of ancient ferocious souls and the underworld water rushed out. The chaos that had just calmed down in the outer layer was born again. No matter if it was the spirits or the Netherworld water, they started to struggle again. Sigh, one wave after another. Xiaohua sighed in his heart as he urged his mind to collect the water of the Netherworld. Then he flew toward the center of the chi that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Following Xiaohua's body, the hundreds of light pillars and ancient spirits also flew up. These light pillars were now controlled by the green-robed Xiaohua and the soul cultivator Xiaohua in his lower dantian. There was no need for Xiaohua to worry about them. When the overwhelming chi wave and the dazzling golden light clashed against each other, a string of bubbles sounded in the void. The void in front of Gusu Chiodi and Gongshu Isin collapsed. The entire inner formation was completely out of control. Not to mention Gongshu Isin, who was only a 4th-grade elemental energy cultivator. Even Gusu Chiodi, who was a 5th-grade elemental energy cultivator, couldn't help but have a huge change in expression. She wanted to escape. However, what the two didn't expect was that Gongshu Isin was too careless. She placed herself and Gusu Chiodi in the inner formation. This was the most appropriate method, but at the same time, it was also the most dangerous method. Just when the inner formation went out of control and affected the outer formation, the area around the two was already sealed by the mystic pure spirit sealing formation and the heaven fall underworld formation. Not to mention escaping, even if they were to fly up a few feet, they would be restrained by the yin and yang forces of the netherworld water and the netherworld water. Facing the two outer formations, Sun Kong-shangren and Zhang Daoren already had thoughts of escaping. How much power could Gusu Qiudi and Gongshu Isin have to resist? Especially Gusu Qiudi. Seeing the outer formation shaking, she was already worried for Zhai Xingzi. She knew that escaping wasn't the best choice. The inner formation was the core of the formation. Only by stabilizing the inner formation with Gongshu Isin and herself, or even as long as they stabilized the inner formation for an extremely short period of time, the outer formation would be stabilized as well. Only then would she be able to escape with everyone else. Spinning a cocoon around ourselves. This is the real definition of spinning a cocoon around ourselves. Of course, Gongshu Isin also sensed that her escape route was sealed. Her originally firm state of mind was shaken. In my life, I don't know how many primordial formations and dharma formations I've solved. Now, I'm trapped in a dharma formation. It seems like the ancient people are right. I must die today. However, to be able to see such a beautiful Taoist formation, I have no regrets in this life. Yes, the outer formation had two layers of shocking Taoist formations. The inner formation was against the Buddhist formation. In the middle, there was even devilish qi as a guide. In Gongshu Isin's eyes, such a great formation was more beautiful than the most beautiful scenery in the world. She really felt blessed to be buried in it. In the chaos of space, the explosive forces were like cultivators attacking blindly and crazily. There was no pattern at all. Gusu Qiudi and Gongshu Isin couldn't be distracted by the primordial and Buddhist formations anymore. The only thing they could do now was to protect themselves. Their previously majestic subbodies were torn apart by the forces everywhere. They were in pain. However, the two of them didn't dare to completely retract their subbodies. The scarred subbodies were barely able to protect their main bodies from the attacks of the inner formation. However, the torn subbodies didn't seem to be able to protect the two for long. Isin. Gusu Qiudi's desire to live was much stronger than Gongshu Isin's. She still didn't want to give up. While trying to stabilize the primordial water, she transmitted her voice. What should we do now? Gongshu Isin looked at the imperial equipment that was still standing in the violent airwaves. In fact, it was shaking violently. Her face was unusually pale. There wasn't a trace of fear in her eyes. Chapter 37-24. Hearing Gusu Qiudi's question, Gongshu Isin shook her head slightly. Sister Qiu, I'm at my wit's end. Though I still have some tricks up my sleeve, Senior Zonglangzi didn't just test the art of formations, he also tested my cultivation. Though I know how to break it, I can't stop the demonic aura with my remaining tricks. Also, the four Taoist seniors on the outer layer aren't bad either. They might be able to stop the two great formations on the outer layer, but to stop the demonic aura, it's beyond their power. What's more, right now, the vast qi wave and the dazzling glazed golden light have begun to clash with each other. We have already fallen into Senior Zonglangzi's trap. None of the six of us have the ability to separate these two things. Hiss. Gusu Qiudi felt incredulous and said in surprise, if it's as you said, then this cloudy mountain maze formation must be attacked by 7th level essence energy experts at the same time to break? That's right. Gongshu Isin's eyes were blurred, she nodded. For Taoist cultivators to suppress the four outer layers, one Confucian cultivator to suppress the golden wind and jade dew, one Buddhist cultivator to suppress the golden light and jade dew, and one demon to extract the demonic aura. Alas, only now did I understand the meaning of the golden wind and jade dew. Once the golden wind and jade dew meet, it's better than countless things in the mortal world. Actually, Senior Zonglangzi had already told us that the golden wind and jade dew is an essence formation and a Buddhist formation, but I didn't expect it. I'm too far behind Senior Zonglangzi. Gusu Qiudi ignored Gongshu Isin's disappointment. She frowned. It's not realistic to gather 7 experts of such cultivation. Is this misty mountain maze formation unbreakable? Of course it's unbreakable when Senior Zonglangzi is meditating in the cave. Gongshu Isin said, Didn't I say it before? Now that the formation only has 30% of its power, we might need 7 people to work together. Now that the formation has so many flaws, we don't need to work together. As long as we stabilize the inner layer, break the outer layer, break the inner layer and find the way into the cave. However, it's a pity that even though it's only 30% of the formation, our strength is still insufficient. It's impossible for us to enter the cave. Are we really hopeless? Gusu Chiodi was also disappointed. She didn't dare to use her chi of nature or genuine chi to attack the bright glazed golden light Buddhist sect. She could only use her imperial equipment to activate the innate primordial water. However, this method had little effect. Little sister can die in such a formation, Chiu Jejie can die with her lover. Gong Shu Isin said lightly, "We have no regrets in this life." Sigh, that's right. That day, that moment, that glance seems to have been imprinted in my heart forever. Gusu Chiodi looked at the primordial formation and Buddhist formation that were about to merge together. She knew that the moment the two merged together would be the moment of everyone's death. She couldn't help but murmur, perhaps at that moment, the heavens began to fulfill our wish of loving each other forever. You are the metal wind in the primordial formation. Zhai Xingzi is the jade dew in the Buddhist formation. The demonic chi is the heavenly palace that separates the two of you. Gong Shu Isin said coldly, if you can't erase this demonic chi, you can never meet again. Gusu Chiodi's eyes slightly blinked. She looked at the increasingly violent aura and asked thoughtfully, Isin, if you want to stop this formation and save us from this danger, you only need to erase this demonic chi? How can it be that simple? At this moment, Gong Shu Isin seemed to be talking to a close friend. Her tone was calm as she said, this misty mountain maze formation needs to be broken from the inside out. Only by suppressing the primordial formation and Buddhist sect in the inner layer can we have a chance to suppress the two yin-yang formations in the outer layer. And now, the biggest possibility is to erase the demonic chi. Then suppress the Confucian formation and Buddhist sect separately. Unfortunately, not to mention the inner formation, the outer formation, is already raging. No one can stop it. What if someone can stop it? Gusu Chiodi suddenly thought of something and asked. Gong Shu Isin shook her head slightly, impossible. There can't be a cultivator who is proficient in the essence of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. While they were talking, the impact of the primordial formation and Buddhism sect had already begun. The waves that soared into the sky began to bloom. No matter if it was Gusu Chiodi or Gong Shu Isin, although they tried their best to activate their cultivation and unleash the greatest power of the two imperial weapons, their power was too weak. It was even weaker than an ant trying to shake a tree. The two subbodies collapsed and could no longer protect the two of them. Gusu Chiodi and Gong Shu Isin were the same as Zhang Daoren. Their hearts were as cold as ashes. However, they were still inferior to Zhang Daoren. Zhang Daoren still had a trace of hope, but they only had despair. However, just as the destructive aura filled the entire formation, the two female cultivators' hearts were like dead ashes. They could only rely on the thought in their hearts to maintain the formation. Suddenly, Gusu Chiodi shouted, EXN, hurry up. The outer formation has stabilized. We can escape. How is that possible? Gong Shu Isin's cultivation was lower than Gusu Chiodi's. She was stunned when she heard Gusu Chiodi's reminder. However, she immediately used her divine sense and was immediately overjoyed. However, her thoughts were more profound than Gusu Chiodi's. She frowned and said, could it be that the Taoist elders have found a way to break the formation? At the same time, the destructive aura rose from the inner formation again. Xiao Hua, who was flying nearby, was shocked again. He immediately sent a trace of his divine sense into the inner formation. In just a moment, Xiao Hua understood Gong Shu Isin's embarrassment. Damn it, this Zong Longzi is really powerful. No matter how many praises I have, I can't describe the admiration I have right now. Primordial formation, Buddhist formation, and demonic chi, even I can't set them up with my current cultivation. However, Gong Shu Isin is still out of my expectations. She can actually hold on until now. She's also a Confucian cultivator that can't be underestimated. As for the key now, I'm afraid we can only kill the demonic chi and balance the primordial formation and dharma formation to stabilize the formation. At this point, it's not important how to break the formation. As long as you can escape with your life, that's better than anything else. Thinking of this, Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said loudly, "Fairies, don't worry. I got a demonic weapon by chance. It can take in the demonic chi." As he spoke, Xiaohua's figure flew forward once more, and the several hundred rays of light followed behind him. The ancient ferocious spirits of the profound purity spirit restriction grand formation were like little tails behind him. In the current situation, even if the ancient ferocious spirits wanted to let Xiaohua go, Xiaohua would absolutely not give up. Because in his dantian, no matter if it was the formless Yuanying or the 140 Yuanying, they all grew a lot. If nothing unexpected happened, in the future, he could enter the 5th level of primordial chi at any time with simple cultivation. "Come out?" Xiaohua roared. His voice was like a bolt from the blue, causing everyone to tremble. Soon after, a plate-like demonic artifact appeared in Xiaohua's hands. "Come back!" Xiaohua shouted. His hands formed an indescribable seal. No one knew what it was, but a powerful gust of wind could be heard coming from the inner formation. Woo! Near the demonic artifact, countless pitch-black flames and demonic chi were born. The demonic chi that was originally wreaking havoc in the inner formation seemed to have seen its kin. Other than having tears in its eyes, the demonic chi was even more affectionate than ordinary people. It rushed towards the demonic artifact. "Gongshu family's girl." Xiaohua stood in the air and hurriedly shouted, "My cultivation is limited. I can only control this demonic weapon for half a meal's time. I don't know if you have the confidence to break this formation? If you can't, while I can still control it, it's better for us to escape as soon as possible." Gongshu Isin sneered. "Sister Chio's control of the weapon is not good. How can I control 2 formations? Don't try to provoke me. It's better for us to retreat now." "Good," Xiaohua shouted, "then I'll help you again." After saying that, Xiaohua stretched out one hand and the clear water bottle landed in his hand. His other hand took out the willow branch and waved it. Like a rainbow bridge, the innate primordial water turned into a barrier between the primordial chi formation and the Buddhist sect. Although the explosion of the Immortals and Buddhas destroyed a small part of the rainbow bridge, the innate primordial water's control was far more precise than Gusuchioti's. In a moment, the innate primordial water separated the golden wind and jade dew formation with great difficulty. Zhenren Xiao. Gusuchioti saw this and really didn't know how to express her surprise. She happily shouted, "You really didn't disappoint me." Good. Gongshu Isin saw this and also shouted, "Since Elder Xiao has this ability, then I'll leave the formation to you." After saying that, Gongshu Isin activated the weapon again. Under the weapon, when Mountain and Book City majestically appeared again and firmly controlled the golden wind and jade dew formation. The strangest thing was not Gongshu Isin's primordial chi formation. The Golden Light Buddhist sect was originally crazily counterattacking. When Xiaohua's innate primordial water separated the Buddhist sect from the primordial chi formation, the Buddhist sect had already calmed down. Then, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the Buddhist sect became as docile as a dog. Gongshu Isin didn't have time to think about the changes in the primordial chi formation and the Buddhist sect. While activating the weapon, one scroll after another mixed with runes, and even some Buddhist documents flew out of her hand. After the time it took to eat a meal, she saw a thumb-sized whirlpool suddenly appear on the left side of Gusuchoti. Gongshu Isin was ecstatic. "Great! I finally found the essence of the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Songlongzi is really a rare Taoist sect senior. Compared to Songlongzi, the difference is like heaven and earth." It was rare for the arrogant Gongshu Isin to lower her head like this. Xiaohua tried his best to activate the innate primordial water, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, "Lady Gongshu, don't just think about worshipping our Taoist sect senior here. Hurry up and break the formation." We can't hold on for much longer. Chapter 37:25. What Xiaohua said was actually correct. He was really busy right now. On one hand, those hundreds of light pillars rushed out from the top of his head, covering nearly 100 miles of the Great Formation. More than 100 yuanying in his lower dantian were intensely absorbing the souls of the evil spirits. On the other hand, Xiaohua's mind was even more focused, absorbing the water of the yellow springs into the netherworld sea of blood. Apart from these two areas, the most troublesome thing for Xiaohua was collecting the devil energy. Xiaohua didn't dare to release too much of the devil flame, fearing that he would be attacked by the golden wind, Jianghu, and the brilliant glazed golden light Buddha formation at the same time. He could only release his telekinesis first, wrapping the devil flame in his telekinesis, and he still had to pretend to hold that indifferent plate. Oh, in the end, Xiaohua still had to use his telekinesis to control the innate primordial water to isolate the origin formation and the Buddha formation. If it was an ordinary formation, Xiaohua might not care, but this misty mountain formation was too powerful. A rare tiredness rose from the bottom of his heart. Xiaohua's words weren't fake. "Senior Xiao, please wait a moment." Gongshu Exen naturally couldn't see too much, but she saw the light beams, devil qi and innate primordial water. She also understood that a Taoist cultivator couldn't control 3 magic treasures at once. Xiaohua's ability to use such a method was truly extraordinary. She agreed, then hurriedly took out a palm-sized imperial artifact. This imperial artifact looked like a small bridge. Gongshu Exen opened her mouth, and a breath of true qi fell on it. The small bridge produced clouds, and layers of inscriptions rushed out from the clouds. In the void, streams of noble qi rushed out, and the entire small bridge turned into a rainbow bridge, falling towards the whirlpool beside Gongshu Exen. Unfortunately, just before the small bridge rushed to the whirlpool, a strong resistance came from the whirlpool, blocking the small bridge. No matter how Gongshu Exen urged, the small bridge couldn't rush into the whirlpool. Gongshu Exen's face instantly turned red. "Qiu Xianzi." Xiaohua hurriedly called out in midair, "I'll give you a few more drops of innate primordial water. How about you block this Buddha formation for me? I really can't do it." Alright. Gusu Qiudi, who had just escaped from the jaws of death, heard Xiaohua's words and quickly nodded. She activated the copper cup and received the innate true water from Xiaohua. The innate qi in her body surged and thin layers of innate true water gushed out from the copper cup, landing beside Xiaohua's innate true water. Xiaohua waved his hand and put the clear water bottle into the space. His figure slightly swayed a few times as he frowned at the demonic aura in the array. He already understood that the thin layer of black he saw with his illusion breaker magic eye should be the demonic aura. To be honest, this devil qi was not of much use to Xiaohua's cultivation. Compared to the devil flame and devil qi he obtained at the bottom of the Saint River, it was far inferior. Moreover, Xiaohua also understood that the demonic qi was a kind of array. Song Longzi wouldn't arrange too much of it. Xiaohua also didn't think that Song Longzi would be able to obtain too much demonic qi. Sure enough, within the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the demonic qi became thinner and thinner. The noble qi that was still surging under the Wenshan Book City gradually calmed down. The Buddhist light also stopped attacking through the innate primordial water. The primordial formation and the Buddhist formation in the inner layer were once again balanced. Alright. Xiaohua hurriedly put away the plate and glanced at Gongshu Exen, who was staring at the whirlpool with her eyes flashing with silver light. He called out, "Lady Gongshu, the Misty Mountain Maze Array's outer and inner formations are temporarily suppressed. You can slowly think about it. There's no need to be too anxious." Unfortunately, Gongshu Exen was already focused on breaking the array. How could she listen to Xiaohua's words? Gusu Qiudi bit her lips and asked, "Taoist Xiao, how are Star Child and the others?" Xiaohua knew that Gusu Qiudi didn't dare to split her attention to look at the outer formation. He answered with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Zhai Xing profited from his misfortune. Now he's refining his yuanying. If there's no accident, he won't need to wait 10 years. He'll reach the 5th level of origin power." Gusu Chiodi was overjoyed. But then she became worried. How could it be so fast? Isn't it too fast? Xiaohua thought that Gusu Chiodi was worried about Zhai Xing's Dao Foundation being unstable. He answered with a smile. Fellow Taoist, Zhai Xing's Dao Foundation is very strong. If it wasn't for the lack of opportunities, he would have reached the 5th level of origin power long ago. Now that he's using the netherworld water to refine his yuanying, his entire yuanying has been reborn. It's only logical for him to enter the out-of-body realm. His Dao Foundation won't be unstable. Gusu Chiodi nodded slightly. But the worry on her face didn't disappear. Xiaohua knew that the more one loved, the deeper one's worries would be. He didn't care about Gusu Chiodi's worries and said, "Oh right, Qiu Xianzi, suppress the brilliant glazed golden Buddha formation here. When Gongshu Isin comes back to her senses, tell her that she doesn't want to make any mistakes. I need time to stabilize my cultivation and break the outer formation. Let her slowly break the formation." "All right." Gusu Chiodi nodded. She activated her vital energy to control the imperial equipment while paying attention to Gongshu Isin's movements. As for Xiaohua, he had long since left. He flew into the air and sat down cross-legged. He released his mind to collect the netherworld water with all his might. When the time was right, Xiaohua withdrew his mind. The remaining netherworld water was enough for Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran to use for their cultivation. Zhang Daoran and Zhai Xing naturally didn't know that the netherworld water was collected by Xiaohua. They were overjoyed when they saw the netherworld water disappearing. Both of them closed their eyes and activated their secret techniques. One was reconstructing the yuanying while the other was refining the ghost gall. Both of them were slowly moving towards the 5th level of origin power. Wang. The entire array was stabilized. Xiaohua's mind also entered his lower dantian. His hands formed seals. Thunderous sounds could be heard from the void nearby. Streaks of lightning swam around the light pillar. When they landed on the evil spirits were immediately torn apart. The fragments increased the absorption speed of the light pillar. For a total of 49 days, Xiaohua didn't stop for a moment. The light pillar rotated above the array and absorbed all the ancient evil spirits into his lower dantian. Of course, it was impossible for the nascent souls to refine these evil spirits all at once. Even Xiaohua's formless nascent soul had absorbed a lot more evil spirits than normal nascent souls. They were all piled up in the nebula, waiting for the right time to refine and truly absorb them, turning them into his own spirit body. Rumble. When the last evil spirit was absorbed by Xiaohua's invisible yuanying, the entire cloud mountain shook. Thick cracks appeared where the mountain ridge was previously. The entire cloud mountain shook and moved rapidly, slowly breaking into 3 parts. The jade-green water that surrounded the cloud mountain had completely dried up at this moment. Deep holes appeared all over the cloud mountain. Roar! A long roar resounded from the east. And then Sun Kong Shangren's figure arrived in the form of a rainbow. Seeing Sun Kong Shangren's refreshed appearance, Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. "Congratulations, brother Sun Kong." "I don't dare." Sun Kong stood in the air and respectfully returned the greeting. "It's all because of Taoist Zhao's great ability. If it weren't for Taoist Zhao suppressing these ancient evil spirits, how could I have such an opportunity? Once again, I thank Taoist Zhao for his kindness. It's not that this Zhao is great, it's that this Zhao's magic treasure is powerful." Xiaohua answered with a smile. "Moreover, this is also Brother Sun Kong's own opportunity. Brother Sun Kong's previous accumulation is enough. It has nothing to do with this Zhao." Sun Kong knew Xiaohua's cultivation was profound, but he definitely didn't expect that those several hundred ancient evil spirits were absorbed by Xiaohua. He nodded and said, "Magic treasures are part of the abilities of our Taoist cultivators. Taoist Zhao having such a magic treasure is our Taoist's fortune." Congratulations. Zhang Daoran flew over as well. Looking at his smiling face, it was also a blessing in disguise. Same to you, same to you." Sun Kong returned the greeting. He looked Zhang Daoran up and down and said with a smile, "I didn't expect Brother Daoran to have such a harvest. Looks like you also had an opportunity. That's right. Zhang Daoran was very emotional. I thought I would be buried in the Jade Fall Yellow Springs formation today, but who knew? Just as they were talking, Zhai Xingzi's voice came from afar. Brother Daoran, you're really amazing. So much Yellow Springs water was absorbed by you? Ah? Zhang Daoran was a bit dazed. He looked at Zhai Xingzi, whose cultivation improved greatly, and said curiously, "How could it be me? I thought it was you who used your ability to absorb the Yellow Springs water. I even wanted to thank you. How could it be me?" Zhai Xingzi landed in front of everyone with a face full of disbelief. He shook his head and said, "Although I need the Yellow Springs water, I don't have the ability to absorb so much Yellow Springs water." As they spoke, the two looked at Xiaohua at the same time. How could Xiaohua admit it? He hurriedly waved his hand at the two and said, "Don't look at me, Taoist friends." Brother Sun Kong and I suppressed the Shenqing spirit forbidding formation and were almost swallowed by the several hundred evil spirits inside. I relied on the magic treasure that I obtained by chance to absorb those evil spirits. How could I have the energy to absorb the Yellow Springs water? That's strange. Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran looked at each other with puzzlement. Xiaohua looked into the distance and said with a smile, "Right now, little girl Gongshu is still racking her brains. Tell her about the situation of the Blue Sky Yellow Springs formation. Perhaps she can find some clues from it." Zhang Daoran and Zhai Xingzi nodded and told him about the situation that they encountered. As for their own cultivation, that was their own secret. They skimmed over it and didn't talk about it in detail. Only if that's the case? Xiaohua glanced at Exalted Master Sun Kong and said, "Brother Sun Kong, we're not as lucky as Brother Daoran and Taoist Zhai Xing. They might have escaped death because the origin formation and Buddhist formation in the inner layer were slightly broken, which caused the Yellow Springs water to stop flowing. What do you think?" "Of course, it should be like that." Exalted Master Sun Kong heard this and immediately thought of the danger he faced. He said with lingering fear, "It was really dangerous before. Those were evil spirits from ancient times." Chapter 37-26. After listening to Sun Kong's narration and Xiaohua's embellishment, Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran couldn't help but change their expressions. Xiaohua and Sun Kong actually faced hundreds of ancient spirits. This was definitely not something two nascent soul cultivators could resist. It was already good that Xiaohua could use a magic weapon to collect these spirits. He really couldn't split his attention to collect the water of the netherworld. Actually, the most dangerous. Xiaohua was most proficient in the spring and autumn annals. Now, he immediately drew Zhai Xingzi's attention to Gusuqiodi. He said, "It's still Qiu Xianzi and the girl from the Gongshu clan. How are they?" Inside the formation, Zhai Xingzi didn't dare to release his divine sense for fear of causing a change in the inner formation. Now that he heard this, he already threw away his doubts and asked in a low voice. "Fortunately, it's safe now." Xiaohua told them what he saw and did. When everyone heard that there was still demonic qi in the inner formation, they were even more shocked. They looked at each other and rejoiced. This was really a new lease on life. Looking at the three people's somewhat fearful expressions, Xiaohua simply omitted the somewhat superfluous explanation. "Where should we go now?" Zhang Daoran looked somewhat worriedly into the distance. The clouds there were still thick, and they couldn't see the situation inside clearly. He encountered the greatest danger. He couldn't help but ask, "Should we continue to break the formation and enter or return home?" Although Zhang Daoran asked Xiaohua, Sun Kong and Zhai Xingzi both turned to look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "In these dozens of days, it seems that except for this Xiao's cultivation that didn't advance, the three of you have all made great progress. In fact, we've already achieved more than half of our goal of exploring the formation." "Indeed." Zhang Daoran nodded. "With this old man's attainments, I only need to go into seclusion for a dozen years after returning to the cave. Stepping into the out-of-body realm shouldn't be a problem. Brother Daoran's accumulation is enough." Sun Kong continued, "I'm afraid I'll have to spend a few more days, but I'm also confident that I can step into the out-of-body realm. When he spoke up to hear, Master Sun Kong seemed to have thought of something, and he stretched out his hand to take out a jade box from his bosom and passed it to Xiao Hua. He said, "Brother Xiao, this is the azure dragon saliva that I obtained at the Jade Pavilion gathering. It was originally intended to be used to extend my lifespan, but now that I'm about to break through, my lifespan is already sufficient. I'll give this to you, and it can be considered a gift of thanks from me." "All right." Xiao Hua knew that this was Sun Kong Shangren trying to understand the cause and effect, so he bluntly received it and put it away. "My situation is similar to Brother Dao Rant's." Zhai Xingzi frowned. "However, in my opinion, since Gongshu Exian has more or less destroyed the formation, why don't we go in and take a look?" Although Tsang Longzi's formation was powerful, he couldn't have set up another powerful formation in his own cave abode, right? There won't be any danger in there. We've obtained the opportunity, but what about the juniors outside the formation? They haven't obtained it yet. Yes, Brother Zhai Xing is right. There's also Senior Tsang Longzi's orthodoxy, which is very important to the Dao sect of the hidden Immortal continent. Zhang Daoren thought for a while and nodded. "I agree to go in." "All right, in that case, Brother Sun Kong, I'll have to trouble you to take a look at the situation around the formation, and also call Shui Ping and the others over." Seeing that everyone agreed, Xiao Hua said, "We'll go take a look at the situation of the Gongshu family's girl. If she can destroy the formation, there's no harm in us going in." Master Sun Kong flew out of the formation and released his divine sense. While checking the situation of the formation, he called Shui Ping and the other disciples over. Xiao Hua took Zhang Daoran and Zhai Xingzi to the inner formation. The outer layer's 49 days were harvest time. The 4 Dao sect cultivators all had different degrees of improvement. In comparison, the inner layer's 49 days were tempering. Not to mention Gusu Chiodi using her imperial artifact to block the Buddhist formation, and not to mention Gongshu Isin splitting her attention to suppress the origin formation. Just by looking at Gongshu Isin's haggard and abnormally pale face, one could tell that she was racking her brains to break the formation. Of course, the current formation was different from the one Xiao Hua saw before. In front of Gongshu Isin, the thumb-sized whirlpool had expanded to the size of a fist. Moreover, around the whirlpool, there were 9 holes of different sizes. It seemed that each hole could be a passage to the cave abode. As for the imperial artifact that looked like a small bridge, it was still at the edge of the whirlpool and couldn't enter. Zhai Xingzi entered the inner formation. He glanced around and flew towards Gusuchiodi. The falling star in his hand flew out and turned into a star curtain in front of the innate true water, helping Gusuchiodi block the Buddhist light. Xiao Hua and Zhang Daoren landed behind Gongshu Isin and frowned at the 9 holes. Xiao Hua whispered, "Lady Gongshu, what's the situation?" "See for yourself." Gongshu Isin answered coldly. She didn't even turn around. Clearly, she was very annoyed. Xiao Hua heard this and smiled wryly. He looked at Zhang Daoren's expression and shook his head slightly. Gongshu Isin's heart was in a mess now. It would be strange if she could break the formation. Immediately after, Xiao Hua released his divine sense to explore the surroundings. After a long time, he saw 9 different rhythmic fluctuations within the 9 holes. Xiao Hua's heart stirred. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a gust of wind behind him. Venerable Master Sun Kong flew over with Shui Ping, Fu Jiwen, and the others. Sun Kong saw Xiao Hua and whispered, "Brother Den, Brother Xiao, things aren't looking good." "What's wrong?" Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Sun Kong looked at Gongshu Isin, who was focused on breaking the formation. He lowered his voice and said, "I used my divine sense to carefully check the surroundings of the formation. The entire formation is severely damaged. Apart from the inner formation, there are 2 pieces in the north and south that are also dozens of miles in size. The cracks in the 3 pieces are pitch-black bottomless abyss. I used my divine sense to look down dozens of miles and felt an extremely cold feeling. It's very strange. I didn't dare to look deeper. Also, at the edge of the formation, there seemed to be a few strange auras seeping out. They seemed to be different from the energy of heaven and earth." "How many of these strange auras are there?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. There wasn't any surprise on his face. For Sun Kong didn't understand and replied. Xiaohua nodded slightly. He looked at Sun Kong and asked, "If I'm not wrong, it should be near the 4 poles where the 4 of us were suppressing the formation, right?" Sun Kong thought for a moment and nodded. "Brother Xiao is right. It's just, how did you know?" Xiaohua smiled. He looked at Gongshu Isin, who was frowning and staring blankly at the 9 holes. He said in a low voice, "The onlooker sees clearly. Perhaps the passage to the cave mansion isn't at the center of the formation." At this moment, a slightly timid voice sounded not far from Xiaohua. "Senior Xiao, this disciple feels that this formation is somewhat familiar. I don't know if I can give it a try?" Xiaohua looked up. It was Fujiwen. "Of course you can." Xiaohua knew that Fujiwen also understood formations. Since he could see the strangeness of this formation, Fujiwen might also see some clues. He smiled and replied, "But you'd better discuss it with Miss Gongshu." Fujiwen received Xiaohua's agreement and flew to Gongshu Isin's side. He bowed and said, "Senior Gongshu, this junior looks at the arrangement of the formation. It seems to be the 9-song ghost lock formation of the Taoist sect. Is this junior's guess correct?" Taoist sect's formation? 9-song ghost lock formation? Gongshu Isin was surprised. She looked at Fujiwen with disdain. She was about to scold him when suddenly, her eyes flashed with understanding. She immediately turned her head and stared at the 9 holes and the whirlpool in the middle of the holes. After a few minutes, she raised her head and laughed. "Ha, so that's it. Song Longzi, Song Longzi, you're really amazing. This junior has to prostrate himself in admiration." Then, Gongshu Isin turned her head and looked at Fujiwen. Her face was flushed with excitement. "What's your name?" "Junior's name is Fujiwen." Fujiwen respectfully replied. "Correct." Gongshu Isin nodded. "What you said is very reasonable. But you're still wrong." "Senior, please enlighten me." Fujiwen's expression didn't change. Gongshu Isin pointed at the 9 holes and said, "On the surface, this formation looks like a Taoist sect formation. Even the spiritual power fluctuations inside are Taoist sect. But in fact, it's a pure origin formation. In other words, it's a Taoist sect formation set up with noble spirit. At first, I only thought that since it was a restriction to open the cave, it must be Senior Tsong Longzi's best formation. Moreover, this Misty Mountain Maze formation is a formation outside, while the inner layer is an origin formation and a Buddhist formation. The restriction to open the door must also be a formation." Who knew that Senior Tsong Longzi was so unexpected? He completely used Confucian techniques to set up a Taoist sect formation. "I really don't understand." Gongshu Isin looked at Fujiwen with a smile. "You're a Confucian cultivator. It's really rare that you know Taoist sect formations. Come, you're the only one here who knows about formations and how to use noble spirit. Help me. If you can break this restriction, I'll consider taking you as my disciple." A stunned expression appeared on Fujiwen's face. It seemed that when they were greeting each other earlier, he had already made it clear to this proud daughter of heaven that he was serving Xiaohua. But he didn't dare to offend Gongshu Isin, so he respectfully replied, "Yes, please enlighten me on how to break this formation." Immediately, Gongshu Isin transmitted her voice to Fujiwen as she pointed at the 9 holes and explained to him how to break the formation. After Gongshu Isin finished speaking, Fujiwen closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of Zhenqi. Inscriptions flew out one by one. Fujiwen made a hand seal and the inscriptions split into 3 groups in the air. Each group of inscriptions began to condense into 3 different inscriptions. The size of the inscriptions was the same, so it was obvious that they were the same inscriptions. Chapter 37:27. Illusion. Fujiwen uttered the mantra, and the 3 groups of inscription A turned into fine streams and rushed into the 3 holes in the wall. Immediately, the 3 holes emitted 3 colors of light, and the sound of chanting came out from inside. Seeing Fujiwen activate the inscriptions so easily, Gongshu Exen cheered again. and then, puff puff puff. She spat out 3 mouthfuls of zhenqi. These 3 mouthfuls of zhenqi had different colors, and in each mouthfuls of zhenqi, there were also inscriptions, which were similar to Fu Jiwen's talisman. These inscriptions were divided into 6 groups, and under Gongshu Exian's control, each group turned into different characters, and as Gongshu Exian pointed her finger, the 6 groups of inscriptions fell into the 9 holes almost at the same time. Boom! The 6 holes shined brightly, and the roaring sound was incessant. The vortex in the middle began to rotate, and the 9 colors of light changed. Go! Gongshu Exian's face showed a smile, and she pointed at the small bridge. Whoosh! The inscriptions at the bridgehead surged and rushed toward the vortex. The small bridge fell into the vortex, and there was no obstruction at all. Rumble! Just when the small bridge broke through the vortex, the whole formation shook violently, and the whole mountain also shook. Amidst the vibrations, the Golden Wind Jade Dew Origin formation began to slowly fade away. Even when Shan and the City of Books could not stop it. At the same time, the dazzling Golden Light Buddha formation began to recede and the Buddha light gradually disappeared. Gongshu Exian looked at Fu Jiwen with a smile and said, "The Misty Mountain formation has been broken, and your foundation in formations is quite good. If you become my disciple, you will make progress in the future." This. Fu Jiwen slightly frowned, thought for a moment, and said with a smile, "Junior has already served Xiao Zhenren. I am afraid it is not good to worship another master. Senior's kindness, Junior appreciates Senior's kindness." Gongshu Exen was a little stunned, and her face was a little ugly. She had always been arrogant, and not to mention accepting disciples, she even disdained to teach others. Today, she was in a good mood, and it was rare for her to open her mouth, but Fu Jiwen did not buy it. She felt very dispirited, and waved her hand and said, "Humph! Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything." Fu Jiwen's eyes swiveled, before he opened his mouth and said, "If Senior has any insights regarding Yuan arrays, can you record them in your jade eyes and bestow them to this junior?" "In your dreams." Gongshu Isin sneered. "Do you think my Gongshu clan's primordial array Dao is something ordinary people can spy on?" Yes, this junior understands." Fu Jiwen's face was very awkward, and also a little panicked, which made Gongshu Exian's mood somewhat recover. Of course, whether Fu Jiwen's embarrassment was real or fake, Gongshu Exian couldn't tell. Gongshu Isin glanced at the smiling Xiaohua and said, "You're really obsessed. Following a Dao cultivator, how can you have a bright future?" At this moment, the rumbling sound in his ears gradually calmed down. However, to Gongshu Exian's surprise, the 9 holes disappeared, and so did the whirlpool. The bridge was pushed out by the whirlpool and landed in front of her. What? How is this possible? Gongshu Exian's confidence was shattered again. She inconceivably used her silver moon eyes, looking at the empty space, shouting, "This?" The so-called 9-song ghost lock restriction was clearly broken. This cave, why didn't it open? Immediately after, Gongshu Exen once again waved her imperial weapon, dancing crazily near the left side. Was she fighting against the Great Formation? Or was she looking for the formation's restriction? In fact, not just Gongshu Exen, even Fu Jiwen frowned, looking around in disbelief, and then at Xiaohua. Xiaohua stood to the side with a smile, rubbing his chin as if watching a joke. Xiaohua's ease really puzzled Fu Jiwen. He originally wanted to use the clear eyes technique, but when he looked at Gongshu Exian's silver moon pupil, he didn't find any clues. His own clear eyes technique couldn't be compared to others, so he simply didn't use it. Fu Jiwen looked around, using his divine sense technique. At this time, the essence formation had stopped, and the Buddha formation also disappeared. Gongshu Isin's 2 imperial artifacts flew back to her side. In the distance, Gusu Chiodi, accompanied by Zhai Xingzi, flew over with an imperial artifact copper cup. This was clearly a scene of a formation being broken. How can this be? Why didn't the cave's door appear? Could it be there's something else in the formation? Fu Jiwen thought of this, suddenly moved, looking at the edge of the formation. At this time, The clouds in the center of the formation had dissipated, returning to its previous state. However, Fu Jiwen's cultivation couldn't see the edge of the formation. Senior. Fu Jiwen saw Xiao Huan nodding slightly at him. He knew what to do, whispering to Gongshu Exen, who was still angry at the formation. Junior thinks, what do you think? Say it. Gongshu Exen was just rejected by Fu Jiwen, feeling ashamed and angry. Her words were even more unfriendly. Junior thinks this is the core of the formation and the key to breaking the formation, but the entrance to the cave may not be here. Fu Jiwen still answered respectfully. Gongshu Exen's delicate body slightly stiffened, then she looked up, her starry eyes had calmed down. She glanced at Fu Jiwen and said faintly, you think you're the only one who knows? Then, Gongshu Exen looked at Gusu Chiodi and said, I just want to see if there are any other mechanisms and restrictions here before Chiu Jiejie comes back. Seeing Gongshu Exen's twisted logic, Xiao Hua laughed in his heart. In fact, when Sun Kong Shangren said there were 4 strange qi at the edge of the formation, Xiao Hua already thought of another possibility. But at that time, the last restriction hadn't been broken, he couldn't speak blindly. As for now, Xiao Hua was more willing to let Fu Jiwen gain more experience. Also, using Fu Jiwen to dampen Gongshu Exen's spirit was more satisfying than Xiao Hua himself. Elder Sun Kong, Elder Dao Ran, Elder Xiao, you 3 go to the 3 extremes you were guarding before and see if there are any abnormalities nearby. Gongshu Exen calmly ordered, Chiu Jiejie, will go to the place Zhai Xingzi was guarding. But Sun Kong Shangren had already checked briefly before, but hearing Gongshu Exen's order, he still agreed and flew into the sky. Xiao Hua and the others didn't say a word and also flew up, releasing their divine senses to investigate carefully. In less than an hour, everyone flew back. Sun Kong Shangren first said to Gongshu Exen, Miss Gongshu, I found an entrance at the eastern extreme of the formation. I went in to check and found there was another maze formation inside. My spirit sense was restricted. When Sun Kong Shangren said this, Xiao Hua and the others had strange expressions. Gongshu Isen looked at Xiao Hua and the others and sighed. Seniors, do you all see the entrance? Zhang Dao Ran nodded. The place I was guarding also had an entrance with a strange presence. My spirit sense was also restricted. AI. Gongshu Exen didn't wait for Xiao Hua to speak. She looked at the formation below and sighed heavily. Cloud Mountain Maze Formation is called a maze formation. Of course there's a maze formation. Elder Tsang Lang Zi set up 4 entrances outside his cave. Naturally there are 4 maze formations. Who knows which one is real? Gusu Chiodi's face showed some fear. She looked at Gongshu Exen and said, Exen, this Cloud Mountain Maze Formation is indeed strange. Since we're not sure, let's just forget it. Our 4 Dao sect friends all got something, we didn't come in vain. Gongshu Exen bit her lips, her face showed shame and anger. Xiao Hua and the others all got something, but she didn't. She really didn't want to give up. She thought for a moment and looked at the messy array. She seemed to have thought of something and the corners of her mouth curled up. Elder Sister Chiu, Senior Tsang Langzi's mountain protection array has been broken by us. This so-called maze array, I'm afraid there won't be any powerful restrictions. If there is, it will only be some crossroads or mazes. We just have to be careful and there won't be any problems. Okay. Gusu Chiodi nodded. Then we'll split into 4 groups and choose an entrance. Let's see who has the opportunity. Gongshu Exen smiled. What do you mean, Sister Chiu? You want to leave me? No matter what, I'll go with you. Of course. Gusu Chiodi glanced at Zhai Xingzi and said, Xingzi and I didn't bring any disciples, of course you'll come with us. Then Gusu Chiodi looked at Xue Ping and the others and asked, Is anyone willing to come with us? We're willing. Seeing Gongshu Exen and Gusu Chiodi split into 2 groups, several Taoist cultivators answered in unison and flew out. Good, follow me to the entrance of the South Pole. Zhai Xingzi nodded and was about to fly up. Zhang Daren quickly called out from nearby, Fellow Taoist Zhai Xing, please wait. Zhang Daren took out 4 jade green toads of the same size and waved his hand. 3 of them flew toward Xiao Hua, esteemed Sun Kong, Zhai Xingzi, and the others. He said, "This is Reverend Zhang Han's enchanted treasure, the one-heart toad. If there aren't any special restrictions, it can communicate with each other within 100 li. I borrowed it from Reverend Zhang Han. You and I each take one." The method to use the enchanted treasure is carved on the inner wall of the enchanted treasure. All right. Zhai Xingzi agreed. He took the toad and scanned it with his divine sense. Joy appeared on his face and he smiled. This is a good item. Then, Zhai Xingzi formed a seal and struck the one-heart toad. A jade-green halo shone from the toad. The halo rushed out and landed on Xiaohua and the others' toads before disappearing. Xiaohua and the others took the toads and refined them simply. Then, their halos flew out and landed on each other's toads. Chapter 37:28. Afterwards, Zhai Xingzi held the toad in his hand and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, this old man will go first. Fellow Taoists, this old man will go first." Instantly, Xiaohua, Sun Kong, and the toad in Zhang Daren's hand all spoke. Their voices were exactly the same as Zhai Xingzi's. "Ha! Not bad indeed." Xiaohua held the toad in his hand and laughed. The other 3 toads also laughed. "This old man will go to the entrance to the North Pole. Whoever wants to follow this old man can come." Xiaohua put away the toad and flew towards the North Pole of the formation. Fu Jiwen, Xue Ping, and several others followed behind. Afterwards, the remaining cultivators also followed Sun Kong and Zhang Daren's disciples to the east and west. Xiaohua flew to the entrance of the maze formation and squinted his eyes to take a look. At this time, the entrance was several zhang wide, and there were some chaotic streams of air rushing out from inside. The streams of air sometimes emitted heat, sometimes emitted cold. Occasionally, there was also some aura similar to that of a magic treasure pouring out. After this aura, there was even a fishy smell assaulting his senses. "Fu Jiwen, what do you think?" Xiaohua didn't rush in. Instead, he stood in front of the entrance and asked with a smile. "Senior." Fu Jiwen frowned and looked around. He even released his divine sense and whispered, "In Junior's opinion, this formation isn't as simple as Senior Gongshu said. There must be a powerful restriction inside. Senior must be careful." "Are you all ready? This old man will go in." Zhai Xingzi's voice sounded from Xiaohua's robe. "Hee, fellow Taoist Zhai Xing can go in first." Sun Kong's voice sounded again. "This old man will take my disciples and explore carefully." "All right, this old man will go first. I will wait for you all in Senior Zonglangzi's cave." Zhai Xingzi smiled and his voice disappeared. "Fellow Taoist Zhai Xing." After a while, Xiaohua took out the toad and whispered, "Did you hear it?" "I heard it." Zhai Xingzi's voice came again. "This old man's entrance is a bit troublesome. Not long after we came in, we encountered 9 forks. Although Lady Gongshu has the imperial plate, she can only rule out 5. The remaining 4 cannot be judged to be real. This old man and the others can only choose one to enter first." Zhang Daren's voice said with a smile, "This old man's entrance has been very smooth. I haven't encountered any forks in the road so far." Xiaohua glanced at Fu Jiwen and said with a smile, "Fu Jiwen, you bring Xue Ping and the rest in. This old man will be at the back. This kind of maze is not this old man's strong suit. It's better for you to break it. Also, you don't have to worry about your safety. This old man has a Confucian cultivator's nation treasure and can take you in at any time. In fact, if you're willing, I can take you in now and let you out when we're in the cave. On one hand, we want to obtain some magic treasures and cultivation techniques. On the other hand, we want to gain some experience, so we don't want to be suppressed into the nation treasure yet." A cultivator looked at the people beside him and nodded slightly. Then he said respectfully to Xiaohua, "If we encounter any danger later, Senior Xiao, please take action to suppress it." "No problem." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Follow Xue Ping and Fu Jiwen in." "Yes." The cultivators bowed respectfully to Xiaohua and turned to follow Fu Jiwen and Xue Ping into the cave. They rejoiced in their hearts. Since Xiaohua had a nation treasure, as long as Xiaohua did not encounter any danger, they would be able to keep their lives. They had made the right choice in choosing Xiaohua. I'm going in too, Xiaohua said as he pinched the concentric toad and flew into the cave. Meanwhile, Sun Kong's voice came from the toad again. Damn it, this old man has a ferocious beast here. Sure enough, the roars of ferocious beasts could be heard outside Sun Kong's voice. Senior Sun Kong. Gong Shu Isen's voice sounded. If you encounter any danger, immediately turn back. There's only one path in the maze that's safe. There won't be any ambushes on this path. As long as you leave the area controlled by the ferocious beasts won't chase after you. This old man knows. Quickly retreat. Sun Kong laughed and hurriedly urged the disciples to retreat. Hearing Sun Kong's laughter, Xiaohua knew that Sun Kong gained a lot from the Xianqing spirit forbidding Grand Array. Sun Kong could deal with the ferocious beasts inside the maze with just the souls of the ancient ferocious beasts. Thinking about Sun Kong's gains, Xiaohua felt proud again. There were hundreds of ferocious beasts inside the Xianqing spirit forbidding Grand Array. Sun Kong only obtained 1 or 2 of them. The rest were all taken by Xiaohua. His gains were incomparable to Sun Kong's. In particular, Xiaohua's invisible nascent soul absorbed several times more ferocious beasts than other nascent souls. Xiaohua felt that as long as he cultivated quietly for a while, his realm would definitely reach the middle or late nascent soul realm, or even higher. What was special was that Xiaohua's lower dantian was extremely lively right now. 100 or so nascent souls circulated their energy to absorb the ferocious beasts. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua used the 5 Qi Righteous Thunder. When the 5 Qi Righteous Thunder landed on the invisible nascent souls, it was divided into hundreds of lightning threads. The lightning threads melted some of the ferocious beasts accumulated inside the nascent souls for the nascent souls to absorb. There was also that soul cultivator Xiaohua who didn't hurry to return to the mysterious dark clouds to cultivate. He temporarily assisted green-robed Xiaohua in his dantian. These 100 or so nascent souls moved at the same time as soul cultivator Xiaohua. They were like puppets tied with silk threads. These 100 or so nascent souls don't have physical bodies. The only thing they can do now is cultivate scattered souls. Thanks to Xiansong Zi, he was able to cultivate scattered souls and found a future for these 100 or so nascent souls. However, these ferocious beasts, I'm afraid Xiansong Zi won't have a chance to share them. I'll think about how to compensate him when I remodel my body with human essence. Xiaohua thought as he flew behind the group of cultivators, heading towards the depths of the maze formation. Xiaohua and the others flew into the cloudy mountain maze formation. The chaos inside the formation didn't disappear. The 4 entrances also didn't close. A few days later, several divine senses swept over from the sky in the west. First, they aggressively swept through the entire formation. Soon after, they locked onto the 4 entrances. In just a short moment, several nascent soul cultivators arrived and landed at the edge of the formation. The one at the front was a female cultivator dressed in palace attire. She had a tall stature, slightly protruding cheekbones, and a pair of watery eyes that revealed an indescribable charm. However, at this moment, her eyes revealed an indescribable anger. The brilliance around this female cultivator dissipated, revealing a short Taoist cultivator beside her. This cultivator seemed to be a little dizzy. He looked around but couldn't tell where he was. However, the female cultivator lowered her voice as if she was suppressing her anger. She asked, Dao Cheng, is this the cloudy mountain maze formation you mentioned? The cultivator named Dao Cheng released his divine sense. After looking for a moment, he smiled bitterly. Senior Xiangfeng, you should know that this place is different from the cloudy mountain maze formation that Junior knows. Moreover, Junior's divine sense can only reach a range of 10 kilometers. I can't tell. If Senior came according to the map that Junior gave, please send Junior there. There should be a temporary cave abode that Junior and the others open there. As he spoke, Dao Cheng identified the direction and pointed at the cave abode where Xiaohua and the others were. No need. Fairy Xiangfeng waved her hand coldly. There's an empty cave abode there. Xiaohua isn't there, nor is Shui Ping and the others you mentioned. If that's the case. Dao Cheng looked at the grand formation that was in a mess beneath him and said that Xiao Hua has definitely arrived. Moreover, he even helped Shui Ping break through the misty mountain maze formation. Impossible. A handsome male cultivator behind Fairy Xiangfeng shook his head. If it's the cloudy mountain maze formation, how can Xiao Hua break it with his cultivation? Even this old man, together with Fairy Xiangfeng and the others, don't dare to say that we can break it. Dao Cheng smiled bitterly. On the way, Junior has already told you about the cloudy mountain maze formation. The evidence that Junior found is enough to prove that this is the cloudy mountain maze formation. Taoist Master Di Chuan. Fairy Xiangfeng said coldly. Whether this is the cloudy mountain maze formation or not, as long as Xiao Hua is here, as long as Xiao Hua goes in, I will go in. But another nascent soul cultivator hesitated and said, Fairy Xiangfeng, this old man wants to remind you of something. This time, many nascent soul cultivators died in the Yaotai meeting. Reverend Xiangtian died on the Yaotai mountain. It might not be Xiao Hua's doing. The message you received is very strange. It can't be explained clearly. How can you prove that it was Xiao Hua's doing? It might be a frame-up. Someone wants to take your hand and kill Xiao Hua. Hearing the nascent soul cultivator mention Reverend Xiangtian, Fairy Xiangfeng's entire body trembled. Her eyes revealed an indescribable hatred. She said, Reverend Han, your guess is right. Someone wants to take my hand and kill Xiao Hua. However, although that person's message is strange, the description inside Xiangtian's death is true. This person must have seen Xiangtian and is with him. If I want to find Xiangtian's enemy, I must find Xiao Hua first. Forcing Xiao Hua to speak, let's see who he offended. Then the person who sent the message, who is it? Fairy Xiangfeng looked at the other nascent soul cultivator. Yimingzi, in fact, I have a feeling. I have been restless in the soaring pond country. I feel that something will happen to Xiangtian. When the message came, my first feeling told me that this message is definitely true. That cultivator called Xiao Hua must be the one who killed Xiangtian. This is the intuition of us female cultivators. Yimingzi was a tall and sturdy male cultivator. While he was cursing in his heart, he said with a fake smile, Of course, you female cultivators are all sensitive people. This Reverend Xiangtian is your lover, so your feelings should be right. However, this old man is not interested in who is the real culprit. This old man will only follow the agreement with you and help you kill Xiao Hua. Chapter 3729. Very good. Fairy Xiangfeng nodded and revealed a satisfied smile. She then looked around at the three nascent soul cultivators and said, As fellow Taoist, Yimingzi said, fellow Taoists only need to help me kill Xiao Hua. There's no need to care if he's the real culprit. It has to be said that female cultivators who are blinded by hatred are truly terrifying. It doesn't matter if she's a real female cultivator or not. This is going to be troublesome. Taoist Master Han looked at the messy array and retracted his consciousness from the holes in the four extremes. He said thoughtfully, Previously, we were only discussing how to kill Xiao Hua, but we never discussed how to enter the Cloud Mountain Maze array. But now, this Cloud Mountain Maze formation seems to have been broken by someone. We didn't see Xiao Hua. Who knows if it was Xiao Hua who broke the formation? Who knows if Xiao Hua entered the Cloud Mountain Maze formation? In particular, if Xiao Hua can't break the formation by himself, then he must have invited others. The one we're facing is not Xiao Hua alone. To be honest, I don't think I'm a match for a Taoist cultivator who can break the Cloud Mountain Maze formation. Fairy Xiangfeng's face turned ugly. How could she not have thought of what Taoist Han said? If she could invite friends, why couldn't Xiao Hua do the same? The reason why she rushed over was because she wanted to catch Xiao Hua off guard. Furthermore, she also heard from Dao Cheng that Shui Ping and the rest were only at the second or third grade of essence energy. It was unlikely that they would be able to find a senior at the fourth grade of essence energy. The four of them, as nascent soul cultivators, would have no problem killing Xiao Hua. Now that a few Taoist cultivators who can break the Jade Mountain Maze formation appeared, what she promised Taoist Han and the others was probably not enough to move them. However, Fairy Xiang Feng looked at the formation and said confidently, I know there's a change in the situation. However, there are 4 holes in this formation. Even if Xiaohua has help, they can't enter from one hole. We only need to enter one hole and block Xiaohua inside. I don't believe that Xiaohua alone is our match. Taoist Di Quan sneered, Fairy Xiang Feng, there are 4 holes here. How do you know which hole Xiaohua entered? Besides, it's best if we can meet Xiaohua. What if we can't? Fairy Xiang Feng smiled and said, I've already thought about it. Right now, we are standing in front of the Misty Mountain Maze formation. The formation has already been broken, and the door to Senior Tsang Longzi's Immortal's cave is already half open. It is fate that brought us here. Regardless of whether Xiaohua is inside or not, we must enter. Of the 4 cave entrances, I will choose one and we will enter together. If we are able to meet Xiaohua, it will be the same as the agreement between me and the fellow Taoists. As long as we kill Xiaohua, I will fulfill my promise to the fellow Taoists. Moreover, after we enter the cave, I will only take 10% of the things inside, and the 3 fellow Taoists will each take 30%. If we can't find Xiaohua, then we'll break into the Immortal's cave. The 4 of us will each take 25% of the things inside, and I'll leave my share behind everyone. That's a good suggestion. Taoist Han narrowed his eyes and looked at the other 2. What do you think, fellow Taoists? All right, let's do as Fairy Xiang Feng says. Taoist Master Di Quan pondered for a moment and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Moreover, the Misty Mountain Maze formation had already been opened. This was an opportunity in itself, and he could not give it up. Since Taoist Han and Taoist Master Di Quan agreed, Yimingzi naturally had no objections. At this moment, Dao Cheng hurriedly said with a trembling voice, Seniors, this junior did not dare to place his hopes on the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Now that there is an opportunity, please help this junior. Sure. Fairy Xiang Feng said faintly, if there are any cultivation methods or magic treasures inside, you can choose 1 or 2. What do you think, fellow Taoists? Taoist Master Di Quan and the other 2 looked at each other and nodded slightly. However, just as the 3 of them were about to discuss in detail, a few tyrannical spiritual senses swept over from another direction. Fairy Xiangfeng's face changed slightly as she looked at Yimingzi and the others. The 4 of them clapped their hands at the same time and took out their magic treasures. At this time, the Dao sect cultivators who could come to the Misty Mountain Maze formation were definitely enemies and not friends. Just as the 4 of them were preparing for battle, another 4 nascent soul cultivators and 4 second-level essence force cultivators flew over. Xiu? Li Xiu? Fairy Xiang Feng and company did not speak. Dao Cheng, who was at the side, was abnormally shocked. He seemed to have recognized the 4 cultivators who were at the 2nd grade of essence force. He hurriedly whispered, Senior Xiang Feng, those 4 cultivators are the same as me. They all received Xue Ping's invitation. However, they did not believe that Xiaohua could break the array and had already left. Now that they came back, it seems they invited some seniors. Oh! Hearing that it was a cultivator trying to break through the formation, Fairy Xiang Feng relaxed. Taoist Han frowned. He looked at the petite figure with a cold face. That cold and arrogant gaze swept across him. He said in a low voice, Fairy Xiang Feng, the female cultivator in front seems to be Fairy Su Ming from Ji Province. Yimingzi also said softly, That's right, the cultivator behind her is Ji Province's Xian Kongzi. I've met him once before. While Fairy Xiang Feng and the others were discussing in a low voice, Fairy Su Ming was also discussing something with the 3 nascent soul cultivators. Even the 4 second-grade Essence Chi disciples were also discussing something from time to time. After a while, Fairy Su Ming flew forward and bowed. I'm Fairy Su Ming, is the other Fairy Xiang Feng? Fairy Xiang Feng took a deep breath and did not put away her magic artifact. She also flew forward and bowed. I'm Fairy Xiang Feng, greetings fellow Taoist Su Ming. Fellow Taoist Xiang Feng, are you here for the Misty Mountain Maze formation? Fairy Su Ming asked straightforwardly. That's right, we're here for Senior Tsang Lang Zi's cave abode. Fairy Xiang Feng smiled and said, Isn't fellow Taoist Su Ming here? Hee, we're here for the same reason. Fairy Su Ming also smiled, but she changed the topic and asked, however, I have a question to ask fellow Taoist Xiang Feng. Fairy Xiang Feng sneered and looked at the arrogant Fairy Su Ming. She replied, fellow Taoist can ask any question, but it's up to me whether I'm willing to answer. But Fairy Su Ming bit her lips as if she wanted to get angry but held back. Did fellow Taoist and the others break the Misty Mountain Maze formation? No. Fairy Xiang Feng said firmly, if we were the ones who tried to break the formation, we would have already entered. That's good. Fairy Su Ming nodded and asked, then, did Fairy see the person who broke the formation? Fairy Xiang Feng asked curiously, what does fellow Taoist mean? That's the second question, right? I'm not going to answer. Fairy Su Ming gritted her teeth, and her face turned ashen. She stared straight at Fairy Xiang Feng and said coldly, fellow Taoist, it's your choice whether to answer or not. I just want to ask you, have you seen Xiaohua? Xiaohua? Fairy Xiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Fairy Su Ming's expression and asked curiously, why are you looking for Xiaohua? Why do you care what I do? You just have to tell this old lady whether or not you've seen Xiaohua. Fairy Su Ming completely flipped out, revealing her arrogant attitude. If Fairy Su Ming asked someone else, Fairy Xiang Feng would definitely turn hostile. However, Fairy Su Ming was asking about Xiaohua with a face full of hatred. How could Fairy Xiang Feng not know what happened? She said with a smile, fellow Taoist Su Ming, you don't have to hide it anymore. Are you looking for Xiaohua for revenge? Did Xiaohua hurt your relatives at the Yaotai banquet? That's right. Fairy Su Ming could no longer hold back and cursed, Xiaohua, that damned bastard, actually dared to hurt my beloved Taoist Chu Feng. If I don't grind his bones and scatter his ashes, I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart. Did fellow Taoist Su Ming also receive an inexplicable message? This message clearly stated what happened that day, but even with fellow Taoist's ability, you can't find out who sent this message? Fairy Xiang Feng asked again. Fairy Su Ming sneered, I don't care who sent the message. I only know that whoever hurts my Chu Feng, I won't let that person off. Xiaohua dared to touch my Chu Feng on the Jade Mountain, so I dare to kill him on the hidden Immortal continent. Seems like Fairy Su Ming also received the news that Xiaohua is here? Fairy Xiang Feng wasn't angry and still asked. That's right. This old lady has already sent out a message. Whoever can tell this old lady about Xiaohua, this old lady will give a great reward. Fairy Su Ming nodded and said, Xiao Li and a few other juniors heard the news about Xiaohua. When he came here, they specially informed. At this point, Fairy Su Ming seemed to have realized something. She stared at Fairy Xiang Feng and asked curiously, what? Fairy Su Ming also received the news about Xiaohua? That's right. Seeing this, Fairy Xiang Feng no longer concealed the matter and explained the cause of the matter. When Fairy Su Ming heard this, she was even more hypocritical. She and Fairy Xiang Feng hit it off, and the two of them actually discussed how to join forces to kill Xiaohua. Seeing the two fairies together, Dao Cheng also flew to Li Xiu and the others on behalf of Daoist Han and the others. Not long after, the two groups also gathered together. Fairy Xiang Feng and Fairy Su Ming chatted happily. Both of their faces showed satisfaction, and in the end, the two of them actually communicated with each other through sound transmission. After the two finished their discussion, they returned to the other 6 nascent soul cultivators. The other side also came to a conclusion. Then, the two groups of people separated and entered through 2 different entrances. As luck would have it, Fairy Su Ming led 3 nascent soul cultivators into the entrance to the North Pole where Xiaohua was. The 2 groups of nascent soul cultivators who were chasing Xiaohua entered the Misty Mountain Maze, and the entire sky above the formation regained its tranquility. However, this tranquility only lasted for half the time of a meal. In the direction where Fairy Su Ming and the others came from, layers of ripples flashed in the air, and many inscriptions gushed out from the ripples. Chapter 3730. Immediately, A scholarly cultivator in a brocade robe appeared in the inscription with an imperial weapon in his hand. The scholarly cultivator was burly and dignified, and the thick eyebrows on his face were eye-catching. The scholarly cultivator stood in the air and looked at the cave where Fairy Su Ming and Fairy Xiang Feng flew into with interest. He muttered to himself, "Dao sects have always had internal strife since ancient times. This saying is really true. If I go to find Xiaohua by myself, I can only go to the Black Wind Ridge to touch the impregnable array. Fortunately, I was smart enough to think of starting from the Dao sect's cultivators. This Xiaohua is really a troublemaker. Not only did he kill Fairy Su Ming's lover, but he also killed Fairy Xiang Feng's lover, TSK. Then again, if not, how could I follow Fairy Su Ming to this place? I have also heard about Song Longzi's cave mansion. There seems to be some Dao sect's mystic arts inside. Since I am here, I will take the opportunity to see if I can get Song Longzi's orthodoxy while killing Xiaohua. If I can bring this orthodoxy back to the clan, I will be rewarded by the patriarch. Isn't it killing two birds with one stone?" After the scholarly cultivator finished speaking, he raised his hand and put away the imperial weapon. Auspicious clouds appeared under his feet, and he flew toward another entrance, disappearing in a moment. This scholarly cultivator could follow Fairy Su Ming and others without being discovered. It was not only because of the strangeness of the imperial weapon, but also because the strength of this scholarly cultivator was far beyond Fairy Su Ming and other nascent soul stage cultivators. Another half a day later, dusk gradually rose. 3 Confucian cultivators dressed in bright yellow robes also appeared in the air on auspicious clouds. The 3 of them did not directly enter the formation. Instead, they first flew into the cave that Shui Ping and the others had opened up. After checking that there was no one there, they flew into the formation. The 3 of them looked at the 4 entrances again and again, whispered a few words, and chose a different entrance from Fairy Xiang Feng, Fairy Su Ming, and the scholarly cultivator and rushed in. From beginning to end, these 3 Confucian cultivators did not speak loudly, nor did they reveal their identities. Even if Xiaohua and the others were nearby, it would be impossible for them to know the intentions of these 3 Confucian cultivators. However, since they had entered the Misty Mountain maze, they would definitely meet Xiaohua and the others in the end. At that time, everything would come to light. Xiaohua didn't expect that just as he entered the bewildering array, there would be 8 nascent soul cultivators chasing after him for revenge. He also didn't expect that there would be a Confucian cultivator at the 5th grade of essence energy following behind him. There were even 3 Confucian cultivators who entered the bewildering array with unknown motives. The development of the situation had long exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. At this moment, he was flying steadily behind Shui Ping and the others. He released some of his soul sense and saw Fu Jiwen holding a palm-sized imperial disc in his hand, breaking through the maze while flying. The imperial disc in Fu Jiwen's hand was called the heart-calming disc. It was an imperial tool used by Confucian cultivators to break through bewildering arrays. The imperial tool was engraved with horizontal and vertical lines, and between the lines were common inscriptions such as A, B, C, D. Every time Fu Jiwen flew for a while, he would stop and mark something on the heart-calming disc. Every time he encountered a fork, he would activate the heart-calming disc. When a fingernail-sized inscription appeared on the disc, he would use the clear eyes technique to check it and then choose a suitable route from it. Xiaohua had always been indifferent to bewildering arrays and directions. Seeing that Fu Jiwen was proficient in controlling it and hadn't encountered any danger after flying for a long time, he naturally understood that Fu Jiwen's heart-calming disc was very effective. Therefore, he simply ignored it and stayed on guard behind the others. Seeing that they had arrived at another fork in the road, facing 4 exits, Fu Jiwen activated the heart-calming disc. Clouds surged above the imperial tool and covered the entire imperial tool. The inscriptions were like ants rushing out from the inside. Fu Jiwen used the clear eyes technique to look down. In his eyes, the inscriptions were 4 big characters, each flashing with a different light. Fu Jiwen stretched out his finger and true qi rushed out. This true qi slowly moved along the lines of the heart-calming disc under the inscriptions. As Fu Jiwen's finger moved, the 4 big characters began to flicker and different places on the large characters began to extinguish. When Fu Jiwen's finger moved away from the lines and landed on the inscriptions, more than half of the light from the 2 big characters had already been extinguished. Fu Jiwen's finger moved as if he was playing a zither. Every time his finger touched an inscription, the remaining 2 inscriptions would move. The small inscriptions inside would either flicker or extinguish. After half a cup of tea's time, Fu Jiwen stopped and looked at the 2 inscriptions that were about the same brightness. He turned his head with a bitter smile and said, "Senior Xiao, this disciple is incompetent. I can't determine which of the 2 entrances is the real one." "No matter." Xiao Hua heard and flew to Fu Jiwen's side. He smiled and said, "Which 2 entrances?" When Fu Jiwen pointed them out, Xiao Hua released his soul sense and looked. He also shook his head and said, "This old man can't determine either. It seems that we can only force our way in. You all fly behind this old man. If there's anything wrong, immediately escape." "Yes, this junior understands." Shui Ping and the others' expressions tensed. They hurriedly retreated a few meters and bowed. "Let's take a look at this first." Xiao Hua casually pointed at the left entrance and said with a smile, "However, this Xiao seems to have a premonition that this Xiao's choice is most likely wrong. Then senior might as well go to the other entrance." Fu Jiwen said with a smile, "Wouldn't that be in the bag?" "How is that possible?" Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. "If this old man chooses that one, that entrance is most likely fake? Senior, is this mysterious?" Fu Jiwen was dumbfounded and looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. "If you don't believe me, then follow me." Xiao Hua didn't say anything else and flew into the fork. Fu Jiwen and the others didn't dare to delay and followed behind. Sure enough, after flying for the time it took to eat a meal, the cave became deeper and deeper. A gloomy coldness came from the stone walls. Xiao Hua's soul sense was blocked and his soul sense also showed signs of being imprisoned. "Fu Jiwen, I'm afraid this is not good." Xiao Hua flew in front and asked. "Senior." Fu Jiwen replied in a low voice. "This junior's imperial artifact heart calming plate can no longer be used here. This junior is not sure, Wu." Just at that moment, a chilly wind suddenly blew. This chilly wind did not blow out from within the cave, but instead seeped out from the stone wall near Xiao Hua and the others. However, Xiao Hua had naturally already inspected the stone wall when he flew over, and there was nothing abnormal there. This chilly wind was extremely strange. "Retreat." Xiao Hua saw that something was wrong and made a prompt decision. With a wave of his sleeve, he covered the several people behind him and urged his magic power to retreat. Xiao Hua had just flown a few feet away when he heard a roar. Roar? Layers of fog seeped out from the stone wall about 100 feet away. This fog was thicker than ordinary clouds and fog, but thinner than demonic qi. Moreover, the fog emitted a sour and fishy smell, which was very unpleasant. Roar? Another roar sounded, and it was still emitted from within the fog. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, and that divine sense seemed to have been swallowed by the fog. There was some indescribable numbness. Strange. Xiao Hua was bewildered, because there weren't any strange beasts within the fog. He really didn't understand where this roar came from. However, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. His body didn't slow down and he still retreated. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was flying very fast, and the area covered by the fog was also very large. Xiao Hua flew a few more meters forward, and the fog was already blocking his path. Roar! Suddenly, the fog in front of Xiao Hua rolled and a strange beast head came out of the fog and bit down on Xiao Hua's head. At this time, Xiao Hua understood that this strange beast head was condensed from the fog. However, this fog itself was made of particles smaller than mung beans. These tiny worms could fly in the air. Moreover, when Xiao Hua's soul sense swept out, these worms seemed to be able to swallow Xiao Hua's soul sense. Xiao Hua's current soul sense was not simple. It was a soul sense that could be condensed into a hammer. Even this kind of soul sense could be swallowed by these worms. Ordinary soul sense would be torn apart by these worms. In particular, the roar of the strange beast that Xiao Hua heard before was not the roar of the beast head, But the trembling of these worms. What kind of strange worm is this? Xiaohua didn't dare to rush in rashly. His figure retreated quickly. At the same time, he waved his hand and cast a spell. Boom! A huge fireball was born from the fog and fell into the mouth of the strange beast like an embroidered ball. What made Xiaohua flabbergasted was that the fireball only made a rumbling sound before it landed in the mouth of the exotic beast. The head of the exotic beast, which was originally made up of worms, began to tumble again, like the waves of water. However, in just a moment, these rolling turned into calmness, as if nothing had happened. Furthermore, the worms around the beast's head had expanded by several times. Not good. Xiaohua was shocked because after the beast had expanded, the worms that took advantage of him roared again and rushed over. Moreover, the nearby beast heads of different sizes frequently appeared and rushed towards the place where Xiaohua's figure was located. This is Senior Tsang Lang Zi's Immortal Cave. These worms, in the end, they are for him to guard the door. Xiaohua looked around. It was as if he was surrounded by these strange worms. There wasn't much space left for him. Xiaohua couldn't help but think to himself, who is this old man guarding against? Taoist cultivators, Confucian cultivators, and Buddhist disciples are all possible, but he is a Taoist cultivator, so he naturally understands Taoist cultivators the most. If there is no accident, most of the things in this maze are things that can be used by Taoist cultivators. The restriction of divine sense is a clear proof, so if I use Taoist cultivators' divine sense, I'm afraid it will be half the result with twice the effort. Of course, this Xiaohua's tempered golden body is not necessarily afraid of these strange worms, but this Xiaohua won't use his own body as bait. While pondering, Xiaohua raised his hand and grabbed a few worms out of thin air. Sure enough, the worms that were wrapped by Xiaohua's magic power struggled frantically and tenaciously devoured the magic power. But when Xiaohua opened his mouth and let out a mouthful of true qi, the worms immediately became obedient like flies blown by the autumn wind. What made Xiaohua laugh even more was that these worms actually gathered together and condensed into a small beast head, letting out a very low roar, as if threatening Xiaohua. Chapter 37-31. Hee, this is indeed interesting. Xiaohua laughed heartily as he had a plan in mind. However, just as he was about to open his mouth to spit out the flying sword, his heart skipped a beat. Several soul threads fell from his glabella and pierced the worms. Things went so smoothly that it exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. Against the soul threads, the worms did not put up any resistance at all and could not even detect them. As soon as the soul threads pierced through, the worms strangely disappeared without leaving a trace. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed in the face of the worms that were almost unstoppable by the Tao sect's divine ability. As the saying goes, skills don't weigh down the body. This saying is too true. With that said, Xiaohua glanced at the Tao sect disciples beside him who were already trembling abnormally. At that moment, even Xue Ping and Fu Jiwen, who were extremely confident in Xiaohua, turned pale. Fu Jiwen's body flashed with array talismans as he prepared to shield Xiaohua from the front. Let's go! Xiaohua waved his hand and said very calmly, Xue Ping, you and the other Tao sect disciples follow behind me. Fu Jiwen, activate the array talismans and follow behind. Yes, I understand. Seeing how calm Xiaohua was, how could Fu Jiwen not know that Xiaohua already had a way to deal with it? With a response, the inscriptions around him flowed and various array talismans began to form an inscription armor around him. With that said, Xiaohua turned around and flew back. At that moment, he did not fly very fast, as though he was taking a leisurely stroll. However, what surprised Xue Ping behind him was that he did not see Xiaohua use any divine ability. There was no brilliance, no dermic power fluctuation, no spell art, and not even a movement of his hand. Although the fog within 100 feet around them had hundreds of beast heads that were roaring madly and pouncing at them, it was as though a breeze had blown past. The fog was like the melancholy in one's chest that was swept away in an instant. There was no trace of it as it disappeared into thin air just like that. Xue Ping was ecstatic. He clenched his fists tightly and looked at the thin and tall cultivator in front of him with incomparable reverence. This was truly unfathomable. Exalted Sun Kong, Zhai Xingzi, Zhang Dun, they were nothing to this seemingly ordinary cultivator. Sigh, what a pity. Just as Xue Ping was prostrating himself in worship, he suddenly felt a sense of regret. He turned his head slightly to look at Fujiwen. Why did I have thoughts of probing that day? If I can meet Jinren Shao for the first time and give him a good impression, won't I also be able to become his disciple? It's just that, the Taoist Shao of that day, he really wasn't Taoist Shao. He looks like that? How could he possibly be a senior of our Tao sect? But, how could Fujiwen have such an opportunity? According to Fujiwen, he met Taoist Master Shao in the Bronze Pillar State, which was not long after me. What did this mean? I'm afraid I don't have such an opportunity. However, since I was able to invite Taoist Shao here, and Taoist Shao even invited seniors like Sun Kong, Zhang Daoren, and Zhai Xing to break through the Cloud Mountain Maze formation, isn't this my fortuitous encounter? Needless to say, Xue Ping's mind was filled with mixed feelings. Xiao Hua had already flown to the earliest fork in the road. Fujiwen, you do it. I'm at my wit's end, Xiao Hua called out with a smile. Fujiwen responded loudly and flew in front of his head with the heart-calming compass in hand. After flying for more than half a day, they did not see the end of the maze formation. Instead, they encountered many ferocious beasts, fog, yellow spring, and blazing objects. To Xue Ping and the rest, these were fatal things. However, to Xiao Hua, they only stunned him and made him admire Cong Longzi a little more. They did not harm him at all. Fujiwen. Seeing that they had come out of another maze formation, Xiao Hua looked at the marks they had made when they entered and asked helplessly, what we're doing now seems to be trying one by one. This heart-calming compass of yours actually doesn't have much use. Do you have any other convenient methods? I'll let you know, senior. Fujiwen said with a wry smile. My heart-calming compass can already choose 4 out of 10. It's more than twice as fast as trying one by one. Furthermore, Senior Cong Longzi's maze formation is really troublesome. I don't know why he set up so many traps in his cave abode. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at Fujiwen and said, of course Senior Cong Longzi knows how to get to his cave abode. In the old man's eyes, every fork in the road would have a mark that the old man himself knew. We've spent so much time, and he's already sitting on the cloud bed. Yes, you're right, Senior. Fujiwen nodded. If I walk again, even if I enter the cave now, it won't take long for me to reach here. There's another possibility. Xue Ping took the opportunity to say, the entrance we entered is not the real entrance. I don't know. Fujiwen looked at Xiao Hua and answered Xue Ping, only by walking to the end. There's someone? Suddenly, a smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face. He looked behind him and said with a smile, is it Brother Sun Kong or Brother Daoren? It can't be fellow Taoist Zhai Xing, right? Is it perfected Xiao in front? Just as Xiao Hua looked up, an unfamiliar female cultivator's voice was heard. Xiao Hua was surprised and immediately became alert. Magic power surged around his body and he waved his hand, indicating for Fujiwen and the rest to fly behind him. Then he replied indifferently, who are you, fellow Taoist? How can you be here? So it really is perfected Xiao. The woman laughed coquettishly and said, I am Li Qiuming. I received a message from Li Xiu and the other juniors. I knew that fellow Taoist wanted to break the Misty Mountains maze, so I hurried over. But what surprised me was that Taoist master had already broken the maze. I truly admire you. Li Xiu? Xue Ping, who was behind Xiao Hua, hurriedly transmitted his voice. Senior Xiao, Li Xiu is one of my old friends that I invited earlier. However, he had already left before perfected Xiao arrived. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua nodded. I'm afraid that Li Xiu thinks that I can't break the formation. You've already started inviting nascent soul cultivators, and he just happened to meet this woman. It's possible. Xue Ping was still somewhat puzzled. He didn't say that he knew any nascent soul cultivators. While they were talking, Fairy Su Ming, who had chased into the maze formation of Cloud Mountain, had already appeared in the cave. Behind her were 3 nascent soul cultivators and several second and third grade disciples. That's right, Li Xiu and Xiu are inside. Shui Ping hurriedly transmitted his voice when he saw the people who had arrived, seemingly believing them. Hee, fellow Taoist Li is joking. Xiao Hua cupped his hands. How could I have such a great ability? It was all thanks to Sun Kong, Zhang Daoren, and Zhai Xingzi. I just took advantage of them. Hee, Fairy Su Ming laughed. That's because Perfected Xiao has a great reputation. Sun Kong, Zhang Daoren, and Zhai Xingzi are fellow Taoists that I've admired for a long time. I don't dare to say that I can invite all 3 of them here. While speaking, Fairy Su Ming looked around and said, however, it seems that the 3 fellow Taoists aren't at this entrance. If I want to meet them, I have to go to Senior Langs cave. Xiao Hua didn't answer her. He looked at the people behind her and asked, fellow Taoist Li, did you only invite these few fellow Taoists? I don't think I've seen them before. Hee, look at how silly I am. Fairy Su Ming patted her forehead and said self-deprecatingly, I was so happy that I was able to follow the mark left by Perfected Xiao to this place. I forgot to introduce the 3 fellow Taoists to Perfected Xiao. This is fellow Taoist Xian Kong of Mountain Changming. Fairy Su Ming raised her hand and introduced. Xian Kong flew a few feet away and stood in the air, cupping his hands toward Xiao Hua. Greetings, Perfected Xiao. Greetings, fellow Taoist Xian Kong. Xiao Hua looked at Xian Kong and the others with a smile and hurriedly cupped his hands in return. This is Perfected Yu Ming. Fairy Su Ming introduced again. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and said with a smile, Yu Ming? I met a cultivator before and he seemed to be called Yu Ming. Where is this fellow Taoist? I haven't heard of a fellow Taoist with the same Taoist name as me. Perfected Yu Ming flew a few feet closer to Xiao Hua and cupped his hands in return. That cultivator has already fallen. Even if I want to introduce you, I can't. Xiao Hua said with a smile. This is Perfected Qiu Luo. Fairy Su Ming introduced the last cultivator. Perfected Yu Ming hurriedly moved aside, seemingly afraid of blocking Xiao Hua's way. I've heard of the saying falling leaves no autumn, but I don't know why fellow Taoist is called Qiu Luo. Xiao Hua smiled and asked casually. Qiu Luo is a harvest. I hope to have more harvest on the road of cultivation. Perfected Qiu Luo explained with a smile, but his tone sounded a bit stiff. All right. After Fairy Su Ming finished introducing the 3 nascent soul Taoists, Xiao Hua suddenly realized something and asked curiously, fellow Taoist Li, what's your Dharma name? Hee, fellow Taoist Li's Dharma name is quite interesting. I'm afraid Perfected Xiao has heard of it before. Perfected Qiu Luo smiled and stepped aside, blocking Xian Kongzi's path. Xian Kongzi naturally flew a bit inwards. In this way, Xian Kongzi, Perfected Qiu Luo, and Perfected Yu Ming were right in the middle of Xiao Hua. My Dharma name? Fairy Su Ming seemed a bit shy and slightly lowered her head. I'm sure Perfected Xiao has heard of it before. What is it? Have I seen fellow Taoist before? Xiao Hua tilted his head, quite puzzled. However, when he tilted his head, Xiao Hua frowned and became vigilant in his heart, because the position of the 4 nascent soul Taoists was very strange. At this time, Fairy Su Ming's eyes were red and she said sadly, my Dharma name is Su Ming. I'm sure Perfected Xiao has heard of it before? Fairy Su Ming? Xiao Hua was stunned and blurted out, I've never heard of it before. Chapter 37-32. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, Fairy Su Ming's beautiful face turned serious. She waved her small white hand and tossed a magic weapon into the air. She shouted, I've come to take your life in Chu Feng's place. Just accept your fate. A pitch-black magic weapon flew out of Fairy Su Ming's hand like a bow and arrow. Under the activation of Fairy Su Ming's magic power, the magic weapon immediately produced a powerful impact force. Moreover, it flew in the air and let out a rumbling sound. Countless amounts of heaven and earth origin energy were absorbed by this magic weapon. Master Chu Feng? You're Fairy Su Ming? Perhaps Xiaohua didn't remember Reverend Chu Feng, and he also forgot the Fairy Su Ming that Reverend Chu Feng mentioned when he threatened him. But seeing such a powerful magic weapon, how could he not remember the magic weapon that destroyed Reverend Jingting's physical body? Xiaohua immediately understood that his karma had come. Not only that, when Fairy Su Ming activated her consumable magic tool, Xian Kongzi, Reverend Yu Ming, and Reverend Qiu Luo moved at the same time. They waved their hands in unison, and identical magic tools attacked Xiaohua from 3 different directions. This cave wasn't big and the 4 were close to Xiaohua. Xiaohua was caught off guard and only had time to activate his magic power. He spread out his hands and the 4 magic weapons let out a shrill sound as they landed on Xiaohua's Taoist robe. Boom! The 4 consumable magic weapons let out a loud sound at the same time. Light overflowed and the powerful impact pushed Fu Jiwen and the others behind Xiaohua far away. Fu Jiwen and the others were already injured by the magic weapons. Even Fairy Su Ming and the other nascent soul cultivators were pushed away by this force. Their bodies flickered with brilliance as the golden light protecting them flickered incessantly. Haha! Her voice reverberated throughout the entire cave. The stone walls on the left side of the cave were blown to smithereens. Following a series of explosions, layers of passages collapsed one after another. Fairy Su Ming's sharp laughter was especially ear-piercing. This arrogant female cultivator didn't have any thoughts of confrontation. As soon as she saw Xiaohua, she wanted to kill him. She simply didn't care whether Xiaohua was the real culprit or not. Unfortunately, before Fairy Su Ming's sharp laughter stopped, she saw a thin figure flying out of the air wave in a rather embarrassing state. Fairy Su Ming was like an old hen whose neck was bitten by a weasel. Gigi. She couldn't laugh anymore. She looked at Xiaohua in the air in disbelief. Although Xiaohua's Taoist robe had already been torn to shreds, the golden light protecting his body had already been extinguished, and there were even several fresh wounds on his naked body. However, these scars did not reach the bone, nor did they break his arms or legs. They were also not torn apart like Fairy Su Ming had imagined. What was special was that these scars were flashing with a dark gold color, as if they were slowly healing. How is this possible? Fairy Su Ming was fully aware of the power of the artifact she refined. Moreover, the artifact was activated by 4 nascent soul cultivators at once. Even a cultivator with 5th grade essence force would not be able to resist it, so how could Xiaohua be safe and sound? However, after a moment of surprise, Fairy Su Ming didn't hesitate to turn into a rainbow. Dazzling flames shone on her body as she rushed towards Xiaohua in midair. Nascent soul self-detonation. Taoist Qiu Luo, who was closest to Fairy Su Ming, turned pale with fright. He really didn't expect Fairy Su Ming to be so crazy. This was the maze of Zhang Longzi's Immortal Cave. If she self-detonated here, not only would Fairy Su Ming perish together with Xiaohua, Taoist Qiu Luo and all the other cultivators would be buried together with her. Taoist Qiu Luo didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He simply ignored his unstable body and urged his magic power to escape. However, just as he flew a few feet, a loud sound rang out as his body hit the stone wall. The explosion of the 4 artifacts had already changed the cave. At this moment, huge rocks were piled up behind Taoist Qiu Luo. Boom! A dazzling brilliance flashed before Taoist Qiu Luo's eyes and an even more powerful explosion rang in his ears. Taoist Qiu Luo's heart suddenly sank. He truly regretted believing this arrogant and domineering woman. Everything she promised him now seemed to be nothing more than a scheme. Whoosh! Just at that moment of imminent peril, a sound akin to the spring rain moisturizing things could be heard. Following the descent of Xiaohua's hands, not only did the loud sound disappear, even the resplendent light disappeared without a trace. See? Taoist Qiu Luo seemed to be even more shocked than seeing Fairy Su Ming perish together with Xiaohua. Because of Xiaohua's spell, Fairy Su Ming's already collapsed body froze in place. The filthy blood that flowed out also stopped there. The nascent soul that emerged from Fairy Su Ming's body also blankly stood still in midair. What is this ability? Is this a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator? Taoist Qiu Luo only had this thought. When he looked at Xiaohua again, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Fairy Su Ming's malevolent face that was about to collapse. He said indifferently, "You've been tricked by Taoist Yuan Qing. You're only here to kill me for him. But I can tell you that I did kill Taoist Yuan Qing because he deserved to be killed. Not only did he rely on his strength, but he also bullied the weak and injured innocent cultivators. I'm afraid Taoist Yuan Qing doesn't dare to tell you the details. Of course, it's meaningless for me to tell you now. Not only do you not believe me, but..." With that, Xiaohua looked at Fairy Su Ming's bloodshot eyes. There was no remorse or apology in those bloodshot eyes, only hatred. Xiaohua sighed and raised his hand. Fairy Su Ming's nascent soul fell into his hand. Her tattered body exploded into pieces and scattered on the ground. Xiaohua raised his hand and picked up Fairy Su Ming's Jianghu pouch. Sure enough, it was almost empty. Presumably, she had already arranged everything before coming here. Xiaohua raised his hand and held the Kunlun mirror in his hand. A six-colored brilliance flashed and Fairy Su Ming's nascent soul was taken into the Kunlun ruins. Xiaohua took Fairy Su Ming's nascent soul and looked coldly at Taoist Qiu Luo. "Spare me, Taoist Qiu Luo. Spare me!" Taoist Qiu Luo's heart turned cold. He hurriedly shouted, "We were just deceived by Fairy Su Ming and fell into her trap. I am also a victim." Unfortunately, as Xiaohua looked at Taoist Qiu Luo, although Taoist Qiu Luo could still shout, the true qi in his body had already begun to solidify. Xiaohua's eyes were even colder. Taoist Qiu Luo knew that today's matter would not end well. He made up his mind and desperately urged his magic power. Wu! Streams of heaven and earth essence gathered. A large hand clenched into a fist and smashed toward Xiaohua. At the same time, Taoist Qiu Luo opened his mouth and wanted to spit out a magic treasure. Swoosh! At this moment, a golden light appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, the golden light flew in front of his neck. Moreover, it was as if a sharp awl had pierced into his Naiwan palace. It was so painful that Taoist Qiu Luo's magic power stagnated. In an instant, the golden light split Taoist Qiu Luo's body into two halves. His condensed nascent soul hurriedly escaped from his body. Unfortunately, before his nascent soul could teleport, the Kunlun mirror's light pillar fell again. Facing the three nascent soul cultivators who could not be considered the culprits, Xiaohua was decisive in killing them. He did not hesitate to destroy their bodies and suppress their nascent souls in the Kunlun ruins. This was because Xiaohua really hated these seemingly innocent lackeys to the core. If he had not tempered his golden body in the rockfall formation and if his magic power had not far surpassed theirs, he would have been the one who died here today. On the other hand, these accomplices who used the name of being innocent and wore the hat of the ignorant are not guilty enjoyed the benefits that Fairy Su Ming had promised in advance and the rare treasures in Song Longzi's cave abode with a clear conscience. Even Fu Jiwen was dumbfounded. Those were 4 nascent soul cultivators, but they were killed by his master like chickens and geese. How strong was his master's true strength? Unknowingly, Fu Jiwen thought of what Bai Wu had said to him. After a while, Fu Jiwen came to his senses. He flew to the front with difficulty and asked in a low voice, "Master, those few low-level disciples. How should we deal with them?" Xiaohua glanced at Fu Jiwen. Although Fu Jiwen's formation talismans were flowing around him to protect him, his scholarly robe was also damaged. It was obvious that he was injured in the explosion of the magic tool just now. Xiaohua asked in return, "What do you think?" Leading the wolf into the house is embarrassing. Leaking information is treacherous. Such a treacherous person is not worthy of being a disciple of my Tao sect. Fu Jiwen unexpectedly also thought of himself as a disciple of the Tao sect. Xiaohua nodded slightly, then looked at Fu Jiwen killing Li Xiu and the others. He sighed in his heart, "I once swore to the heavens that I would never kill an innocent person. Even so, the number of people who died in my hands is more than 1. It seems that I have a reason to kill them. Is it because I have a hard heart, Or is the world changing too fast? Oh? When did I make such a great wish? Suddenly, Xiaohua was stunned. There was an inconceivable expression on his face. This great wish is too child's play, right? It was as if a distant memory had sprouted in his heart. Fairy Su Ming's destructive power was really great. Her appearance not only caused 3 nascent soul cultivators to lose their physical bodies like her, but also caused their nascent souls to be suppressed by Xiaohua. Even several low-level disciples lost their lives. Now, in addition to Fu Jiwen's serious injuries, Xue Ping and the others also had injuries of varying degrees. Although several of them had taken medicinal pills, it was obvious that they could not rely on their own strength for the rest of the journey. Xue Ping. Xiaohua glanced at them and said, "The fire at the city gate also affects the fish in the moat. Because of me, you were also injured. For the rest of the journey, why don't we follow what this old man has discussed with you before? This old man will suppress you all into the country weapon and bring you all into the cave. If there is a suitable opportunity, this old man will let you all out. What do you think?" Chapter 37-33. Xue Ping and the rest smiled bitterly. What was a suitable opportunity? This opportunity was in Xiaohua's hands, not theirs. Even if Xiaohua didn't let them out, they had nothing to say. However, if they didn't enter the country treasure, they probably wouldn't be able to enter again. What other choice did they have in such a hopeless situation? After Xue Ping and the rest were stored in the mountain river seal, Fu Jiwen relaxed and smiled. "Master, your methods are truly amazing. I don't know how to respect you." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Every skill has its own specialization. Master has some methods that you can't learn. You should cultivate the wordless heavenly book in your dantian to the extreme. That's your greatest fate." "Yes, disciple understands," Fu Jiwen replied with a smile. Then he raised the heart control plate in his hand and said, "Disciple also needs to cultivate this thing well." Although Xiaohua snorted coldly, there wasn't any anger on his face. He raised his finger and pointed at the messy cave. "Then Master will see how your cultivation is going." "Master, please wait a moment." Fu Jiwen was very happy. He didn't really activate the heart control plate. Instead, he looked around and raised his hand respectfully. "Master, this way please. Wait a moment." Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he flipped his hand and took out the one-heart toad. He activated his magic power and shouted a few times, but no one else's voice came from the toad's mouth. "Damn it, this thing looks good, but here, it's just a decoration. Forget it, we'll just go our own way. There's no need to count on others." Xiaohua put away the one-heart toad and said indifferently. With Fu Jiwen's guidance and Xiaohua's abijna, the two of them quickly reached the end of the cave. They were as nimble as when they charged into the Imperial Academy with bronze pillars. However, when they reached the end, the two of them frowned. It was very simple. There was nothing at the end of the cave. It was clean as if someone had just cleaned it. "Master, it seems like we chose the wrong entrance." Fu Jiwen looked up and down and used the eye-clearing technique. He even urged the array talismans and inscriptions in his body to rush into the stone wall, but the stone wall did not respond. Fu Jiwen said somewhat dejectedly. Xiaohua was naturally unwilling to give up. He urged his divine sense to rush into the stone wall. The stone wall was the same as the other places in the cave. There was a layer of extremely strong restriction that blocked divine sense. Although Xiaohua's divine sense was like a hammer, it was blocked after rushing in a few dozen feet. Xiaohua retracted his divine sense and activated the earth escape technique. His figure was the same as his divine sense, but after entering a few dozen feet, he was forced out by a powerful force. Could it really be a dead end? Xiaohua sighed. It seems that this Zhao's luck has come to an end. However, Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said to Fu Jiwen, "Move back a bit." After Fu Jiwen retreated a few feet, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. Under the activation of his mana, a 6-colored light pillar rushed out and landed on the stone wall. Crystal threads flickered on the stone wall like layers of flames, blocking the light beam of the Kunlun mirror outside the stone wall. Even his divine will was not as deep as hers. Oh! Just as Xiaohua retracted the Kunlun mirror and was about to use the delusion breaker Dharma eye, his gaze suddenly fell on the stone wall. He could see with the naked eye that there was a faint imprint on the surface of the stone wall. This imprint seemed to be a human shape, but the imprint was very faint. If he did not look carefully, he would not be able to see it with only Taoism divine abilities. See! Xiaohua suddenly thought of the benevolent Taoist master of the single Liang kingdom. He took a deep breath and was stunned on the spot. For a full 5 minutes, Fu Jiwen, who was far away, did not dare to step forward without Xiaohua's instructions. He looked at the motionless Xiaohua with some worry. Just as he was pondering and about to speak, Xiaohua's voice, unable to restrain his pleasant surprise, was heard. Fu Jiwen, your opportunity has come. Master? Fu Jiwen was surprised. He hurriedly walked to Xiaohua's side and looked up and down. He was puzzled. You found a way out? Hee, of course it's not a way out. Xiaohua pointed at the human shape on the stone wall and smiled. Take a look. Is this a human figure sitting cross-legged in meditation? This. Fu Jiwen squinted his eyes and looked for a long time. He still did not dare to make a conclusion. He only smiled and said, if Master did not say so, I really would not be able to see it. Actually, it's more or less the same if it's another shadow. This was the good thing about Fu Jiwen. Although he was facing his master, he was still willing to share his opinion. This was also one of the things that Xiaohua admired about Fu Jiwen. Sit down and try. Xiaohua pointed at the ground and smiled. I think this should be where Senior Tsang Longzi used to meditate. This shadow was also left behind by him. Even if it's not an exit, as long as you sit there, you should be able to gain something. Of course, whether it's what I said or not, you'll know once you try. Yes, Master. As Fu Jiwen spoke, he was about to sit down cross-legged. However, Fu Jiwen immediately smiled and said, I've cultivated more in Confucianism. I'm afraid that my Taoist techniques are inferior to Xue Ping's. Master, it's best if Xue Ping comes out and tries. Yes, that makes sense. Xiaohua nodded and released Xue Ping and the others from the mountain river seal. When Xue Ping and the others saw the end of the cave, they naturally did not look good. However, when Xiaohua explained his guess, their eyes shone with extraordinary splendor. Yes, what was their purpose in coming to the Misty Mountain Maze formation? Wasn't it just to obtain Tsang Longzi's legacy? Wanting to obtain the essence and comprehension of cultivation from the artifacts, jade slips, and other items left behind by Taoist seniors? This human figure sounded inconceivable, but it was absolutely possible if one thought about it carefully. In particular, although Tsang Longzi possessed remarkable abilities, he would not have spent so much effort to set up such a useless maze formation. Senior, please experience it first. Xue Ping understood and hurriedly bowed. Xiaohua waved his hand. Putting aside the fact that this Misty Mountain Maze formation is your greatest contribution, I have to let you guys experience it first if there's any opportunity. Even if you came purely with me to break through the maze formation, I have the responsibility to protect your safety. You guys can experience it first, I can observe from the side. If anything happens, I can stop you in time. Alright, then I'll go first. Xue Ping knew that this was an attempt. Moreover, there was no use of magic power to attack, so there might not be any danger. Moreover, Xiaohua was extremely right. If anything happened with the old man beside him, what was there to be afraid of? Then, Xue Ping sat cross-legged in front of the faintly discernible human figure and closed his eyes to meditate. After a long while, Xue Ping completed 3 circulations. Apart from the faint sound of the wind, there were no other changes. Perhaps I'm wrong? Xiaohua released his spiritual sense and watched as magic power surged around Xue Ping's body. Even when the waves landed on the stone wall, there were no changes to the stone wall. Senior. Xue Ping opened his eyes and was about to speak to Xiaohua when he suddenly shouted and pointed at the stone wall. Enlightened one, as expected. I understand now. After saying that, Xue Ping did not explain anything to Xiaohua. He opened his eyes and looked at the stone wall as he once again activated his mental cultivation method. Xiao Hua and the rest were overjoyed when they saw this. They focused their attention on the stone wall and Xue Ping. Xue Ping activated his mental cultivation method again and again. Although there were no changes to the stone wall, Xue Ping's face that should have been as calm as water was now filled with excitement. There were even traces of redness. Seeing Xue Ping's abnormality, Xiao Hua frowned. The most important thing about stopping him was whether there were any attacks on the stone wall. Seeing the abnormality in Xue Ping's heart and eyes, Xiao Hua really did not know whether to stop him or not. This is difficult. Xiao Hua slowly raised his hand and was a little hesitant. If Xue Ping encounters a great opportunity, I will be hated by others. Fortunately, Xiao Hua did not have to make any choice. Just as Xiao Hua raised his hand and did not circulate his dermic powers, he saw tens of thousands of runes surge out from the stone wall. These runes tumbled like a tidal wave and instantly annihilated Xue Ping. Xiao Hua's hand was originally raised and he hurriedly wanted to cast the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique. However, when his dermic powers reached Xue Ping's corporeal body, it was as though the runes were smoke and dust. Furthermore, when the runes fell back to the stone wall, Xue Ping disappeared as well. All right. Xiao Hua was a little anxious just now. When he saw this, how could he not understand that this was a legacy left behind by Senior Zonglangzi? Xue Ping must have seen something when facing the shadow left behind by Senior Zonglangzi when he cultivated. Xiao Hua did not know what Xue Ping had obtained, but at least he knew that this was Senior Zonglangzi's painstaking effort. Xue Ping would not be in danger. At the very least, Xue Ping had already passed through the misty mountain maze. Who's next? Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the remaining cultivators as he asked with a smile. Since Xue Ping was fine, the others were naturally eager to go forward. However, Xiao Hua's question made them feel awkward. No one was willing to take the first step. You. Xiao Hua naturally understood what they were thinking. He casually pointed at the cultivator closest to him and said with a smile, "Anyway, this thing has been here for millions of years. It won't disappear after being used once or twice. It doesn't matter who is in front." "Thank you, Senior Xiao." That cultivator was overjoyed and hurriedly took 2 steps forward. Like Xue Ping, he opened his eyes and watched the shadow cultivate. As expected, it was the 9 revolutions technique again. That cultivator's reaction was exactly the same as Xue Ping's. Then, runes surged out and pulled him into the stone wall before he disappeared. After several Dao sect cultivators entered the stone wall one by one, Xiao Hua said to Fujiwen, "Fujiwen, it's your turn. You won't let me go in first, right?" "Yes, I understand." Fujiwen sat down cross-legged and looked at the shadow just like Xue Ping and the rest. To Xiao Hua's surprise, Fujiwen's brows furrowed even more after he cultivated several times. However, the runes on the stone wall did not surge out. "Master?" Fujiwen circulated a few more times and stopped. He then said, "I'm afraid I have no fate with Senior Zonglangzi's cave abode. I didn't see anything." Chapter 37-34. That's impossible. Xiao Hua pinched his chin and looked at the faint figure. The figure didn't change even though a few Taoist cultivators had entered. After looking at it for a while, Xiao Hua was puzzled. Although you're a Confucian cultivator, you're also proficient in Taoist techniques. Your mental cultivation method is also a genuine Taoist technique. Besides, since Senior Zonglangzi could set up Taoist, Confucian, and Buddhist formations outside the maze, he wouldn't differentiate between Taoist, Confucian, and Buddhist. "Oh, I understand now." Xiao Hua patted his forehead and shouted, "Disciple, you don't have to use the Taoist mental cultivation method. You just have to take out your wordless heavenly book? Okay, this disciple is the best at it." Fujiwen was suddenly awakened. The noble qi around his body surged. Array talismans surged out of his body and turned into thousands of butterflies fluttering in the cave. His eyes were fixed on the figure. In just a moment, thousands of talismans surged out from behind the figure on the stone wall. However, what surprised Xiaohua was that these talismans were completely different from those of Shui Ping and the others. They were actually armor inscriptions. Furthermore, these inscriptions did not rush out in an irregular manner like the tides from before. Instead, they condensed into the shape of a scroll and flew out. It was as if the humanoid figure had taken out a scroll from his body and presented it to Fu Jiwen. Boom! Thousands of noble qi pillars rushed out from the book. The book completely exploded and transformed into a complete picture of mountains and rivers. Buzz! The talismans that were flying around Fu Jiwen let out a strong roar and rushed into the book. Fu Jiwen's eyes were also filled with surprise. His body that was sitting cross-legged slowly flew towards the book. The armor inscriptions that turned into mountains and rivers were like little fluorescent lights that wrapped around Fu Jiwen's body. They happily pushed Fu Jiwen slowly into the stone wall. Good! Xiaohua clapped his hands. In his heart, he knew that Fu Jiwen was able to pry into the mystery of the wordless heavenly book by chance. However, because his cultivation base and realm were limited, it was difficult for the wordless heavenly book to be complete. The heavenly heart inside Xiaohua's dantian was actually different from the wordless heavenly book. If Xiaohua wanted to guide Fu Jiwen's cultivation, he would have to start from the wordless heavenly book. Master Tsang Longzi of antiquity times was also proficient in Confucian cultivation. Perhaps he did not understand the wordless heavenly book, but he was a Taoist cultivator at the tribulation passing stage. The legacy he left behind was enough to complete Fu Jiwen's wordless heavenly book. Just based on this point alone, Fu Jiwen's trip was indeed daunting but not dangerous. If Fu Jiwen was injured by Fairy Su Ming's self-explosion, then Fu Jiwen was indeed blessed in disguise. Xiaohua rubbed his nose. He thought about his specious divination earlier and thought to himself, Fu Jiwen can cultivate in my Kunlun ruins in the future and never come out again. However, Miss Wanwan's Minglu chain has not been removed yet. I'm afraid Fu Jiwen's adventure has just begun. As he thought about it, Xiaohua's gaze fell on the faint human figure. His eyes were filled with anticipation. He did not expect that the ancient Senior Tsang Longzi would give him a surprise. Junior thanks Senior Tsang Longzi from afar. Xiaohua was very respectful. He bowed to the human figure and then sat cross-legged on the ground. He looked up at the human figure and began to circulate his mental cultivation method. The human figure was originally very faint, but after looking at it for a long time, the human figure actually became obvious. It was like an old man in Taoist robes. Even a nascent soul cultivator like Xiaohua was a little absent-minded when his gaze fell on the old man's face. The old man's face began to change. He was young, old, a woman, or a child. His Taoist robes were also changing. He was either a Confucian robe, battle armor, or a monk's robe. As time gradually passed, his face even turned into mountains, water, rivers, birds, and beasts. Occasionally, a huge flying boat would rush out. At this moment, Xiaohua was no longer focused on activating his mental cultivation method. Instead, he focused on watching all the changes in front of him. He felt that these changes were very important. If he could find some hidden clues from the changes, his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. 1. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua only felt that his eyes suddenly lit up, and a feeling of turning into a feather spontaneously arose. His entire body felt light, and his entire body was like a goose feather, floating in the sky. There was no need to use his eyes to look. The sky was incomparably blue, and the ground was incomparably vast. It was as if he was the entire sky, and also as if he was the entire earth. Xiaohua's heart was filled with incomparable fullness. Following this feeling, Xiaohua's state of mind gradually relaxed. He also let down his guard. Not only did he circulate his Taoist cultivation method, the 5 Qis origin, the dragonization art, the immortal body bestowment technique, and so on also began to circulate, rumble. Suddenly, the entire sky darkened. Thick clouds instantly covered the horizon. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky. At the same time, the entire earth cracked. Countless mountains and rivers collapsed. Countless huge peaks rushed out from the ground and pierced straight into the sky. Within the huge peaks, lava spewed out for thousands of feet. It rushed into the sky and collided with the lightning bolts. Mountain rocks filled the sky, torrential rain poured down, mountain floods covered the earth, and whales were everywhere. Roar! Suddenly, a giant whose height was unknown stepped over from the distance. This giant's appearance was exactly Xiaohua's. Boom! The giant broke a huge hole in the sky with a punch. Boom! Another kick flattened all the huge peaks on the ground. Then he actually stepped on the void and walked up to the sky. His hands and feet danced. It was actually the Big Dipper divine fist. Following the giant's fist, all the clouds, lightning, and thunder fell into his hands. All the mountain rocks, floodwater, and lava also fell between the giant's feet. And after the Big Dipper divine fist was finished, roar? The giant unexpectedly let out a dragon's roar. His entire body stretched out in midair and turned into a dragon. The dragon's body stretched for an unknown length. His entire body danced strangely in the sky. And along with the dance, a sacred aura, a dignified voice, and a kind of irresistible power spread throughout the entire world. After an unknown amount of time, boom! The dragon's body collapsed and turned into a torrent. That torrent was formed by strange characters that were bigger than a mountain. The torrent rushed into the sky, and it was a tragic scene of heaven and earth collapsing. Swish! Following the opening of a pair of eyes that seemed to be supporting the heaven and earth, that torrent fell between the eyes. The entire world also turned into fragments and rushed into the starry sky like eyes. Xiaohua's happy face was then revealed. Moreover, like the finishing touch, Xiaohua's entire body gradually appeared from the fragments. But the strange thing was, after the fragments, the entire world became empty again. Xiaohua calmly stood in this empty space with a smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be talking to himself. Congratulations, fellow Taoist bone tempering. This time, our first harvest is actually fellow Taoist. Even I would never have thought that my Dao Sect's senior Longlangzi actually hid the Dragon Clan's bone tempering technique. Damn it, this is a secret technique that can even temper dragon bones. Fellow Taoist bone tempering, you should be secretly happy. Bullshit. A rough voice came from Xiaohua's body. How can I, your father, understand this secret technique? I don't understand the dragon language, let alone the dragon language. Fellow Taoist bone tempering, don't be impatient. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's voice was full of dignity. Leave this matter to me. As long as fellow Taoist Jade Archive obtains the dragon language explanation, I will be able to understand this secret technique. Once I understand it, I just need to destroy the Jade Archive and inform fellow Taoist bone tempering. Isn't that enough? Then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Dragon Vein. Although bone tempering Xiaohua was unruly and filled with a desolate aura, facing Dragon Vein Xiaohua's grace, he was still extremely polite. Dragon language? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Where should I go to find this? Just as he was thinking, Xiaohua felt a gentle but irresistible force pushing him. His vision blurred, and his body landed in a huge secret room. Xiaohua landed and looked back. Behind him was an incomparably smooth stone wall. It was similar to the entrance of the cave from before, but there were no traces of it. Clearly, Xiaohua flew out from the stone wall. At this point, Xiaohua was too lazy to use his delirium vision to look at the restrictions on the stone wall. Although he understood the Tao of formations, he had only cultivated for a few hundred years after all. Most of his time was spent running for his life. Such a marvelous formation was not something he could set up. Xiaohua very naturally looked around. In front of him, under the stone wall, Shui Ping and several other Dao sect cultivators were sitting with their eyes closed. The magic power around their bodies was slightly surging. Clearly, they were comprehending what they had obtained from the stone wall. As for Fujiwen, his aura was even more arrogant. Layers of runes flickered with brilliance, causing clouds to emerge from his body and tightly wrap around him. The runes once again formed a talisman array, flowing either quickly or slowly. When it was fast, Xiaohua's naked eye could barely catch it. When it was slow, It was like a crawling snail. Clearly, it was a critical moment in his cultivation. Xiaohua glanced at it, then looked elsewhere. He saw that this was a rather spacious cave. Aside from the smooth stone walls everywhere, there were some stalactites of different heights hanging down from the top of the mountain. The light in the entire cave was emitted from these stalactites. However, this light was different from the stalactites Xiaohua had seen before. They were not colorful but a pure milky white, similar to the light in the sky. As soon as he saw the stalactites, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He hurriedly looked below the stalactites. Unfortunately, after looking for a long time, the bottom of those stalactites was empty. There was no stalactite at all. Tsk tisk. Xiaohua smacked his lips and thought to himself, what a pity. If there was some stalactite, this trip would not have been in vain. Xiaohua's gaze immediately shifted to the stalactites, then he looked inside the cave again. Moreover, his divine sense also very naturally spread out. There are no restrictions on divine sense inside the cave? Xiaohua was slightly delighted. After a moment, he clearly saw the situation inside the cave. Chapter 37-35. Since he could clearly see the situation of the entire mountain cave, Xiaohua's figure didn't stop and flew towards the depths of the mountain cave. Because at the center of the mountain cave, there was a small pond. On top of the pond, there was a small jade table. On top of the jade table, there were 3 things of different sizes. Xiaohua didn't fly fast, and his divine sense quickly swept around the pond. Moreover, the Fa Li in his body surged, ready to receive attacks from the jade table at any time. But to Xiaohua's surprise, when he landed next to the jade table, he didn't encounter any restrictions. Everything was normal. Hee. Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and the corner of his mouth couldn't hide the smile. He stretched out his hand and looked at the space around him. He really didn't dare to believe that he could get the treasures in this cave so easily. Gotcha. Just when Xiaohua's Fa Li touched the 3 items on the jade table, a layer of small thunderbolts appeared out of thin air. These thunderbolts hit the back of Xiaohua's hand with lightning speed. Although Xiaohua's thunder-attracting technique was successful and his body was tempered, under these thunderbolts, half of Xiaohua's body was numb. The condensed true essence was completely dissipated by the thunderbolts. Xiaohua couldn't even stand steadily, and with a pu sound he fell in front of the jade table. Fortunately, there were no restrictions in front of the jade table. Xiaohua stood straight for a moment and silently circulated his heart sutra several times. Only then did the numbness gradually dissipate. Damn, this Senior Zonglongzi is too stingy. Xiaohua looked at the items on the jade table with some envy. He touched his nose and bitterly smiled. No matter what, this Xiao is still a junior of the Dao sect. Since I'm already here, why don't you open the door? Xiaohua carefully looked at the jade table. On the left of the jade table, there was a black cloud pupil. In the middle was an inch-long magic weapon. It looked like a flute with a few small holes. On the right was a jade bottle with a talisman. If he didn't guess, there should be a spirit pill inside. Cultivation method, magic weapon, and spirit pill. Xiaohua secretly thought. It seems that this must be Senior Zonglongzi's cave. These 3 things are left for the Dao sect's disciples. The Xiao is rich now. While speaking, Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan the surrounding stone walls. He didn't see Zhai Xingzi and the others coming in. He knew that if they hadn't been delayed in the maze, it meant that Zonglongzi's secluded abode was not the only abode. However, looking at the platform behind the jade table, Xiaohua didn't think that there would be any other immortal's cave behind this maze. Thinking of this, Xiaohua unceremoniously opened his delirium dharma eye. If there were benefits to be had, he would naturally make the first move. When Xiaohua saw that the 3 treasures were covered in thick, ball-like restrictions, layers upon layers of restrictions. Each layer had many runes flowing within it, and each rune contained a powerful might. Looking again at that unremarkable jade case, it similarly had unparalleled runes flowing with light, truly blinding Xiaohua's dog eyes. Motherfucker! When Xiaohua saw the stream of light below his feet, he suddenly jumped up from the ground. This pool of water also has a restriction? Could it be that the pond water was also a treasure? This jade case's restriction is connected to the entire Immortal's caves formation? Of course, he saw that the entire pond was flashing with 5 colors, and within the 5 colors, there were also black and white auras floating elegantly. The brilliance of the 5 colors was connected to the flowing light of the jade case. As for the depths of the pond, there was actually a restriction that blocked Xiaohua's delirium dharma eye. With Xiaohua's current cultivation level, he couldn't see to the bottom. Withdrawing his delirium dharma eye, Xiaohua looked with his naked eyes and once again sucked in a breath of cold air, almost crying out involuntarily. Because not far from Xiaohua's feet, there was a spiritual tree that was standing in the water like a swallow. The spiritual tree looked very withered, but the clump of purple, cloud-like fluff on the top of the swallow's head was extremely eye-catching. This is spiritual wisdom? Could it be that Senior Zonglangzi also prepared to cultivate the scattered nascent soul? After recovering from his shock, Xiaohua carefully examined it, and only after a while did he dare to confirm it. After all, this was a spiritual object of heaven and earth needed to cultivate the scattered nascent soul. Although Xianzongzi's ink cloud pupil only mentioned its name, and this object wasn't necessary to cultivate the scattered nascent soul, it was extremely important to the cultivation of the scattered nascent soul. Xiaohua originally placed his focus on Renjing, but he didn't expect that after searching high and low for so long, he would find it without any effort. Renjing was actually the mother-child spiritual fruit. As for this spiritual wisdom, Xiaohua had never thought about it, but strangely, when Xiaohua saw this spiritual tree, he naturally thought of spiritual wisdom. Sure enough, this is a memory that I don't know where I got it from. Xiaohua pondered for a moment. After confirming that it was the spiritual tree, he thought for another moment and slightly shook his head. Unfortunately, there's still no heaven's soul and earth's soul in these memories. Perhaps these two spiritual treasures are the same as Renjing, completely different from the names in ancient times, so I can't find them. Although Xiaohua had more than 100 nascent soul cultivators to cultivate the scattered nascent soul, this spiritual wisdom tree certainly couldn't meet the needs of these scattered nascent souls. Looking at Xiaohua's space, he wasn't afraid of not having enough. As long as he had this spiritual wisdom tree, it wouldn't take long to meet the needs of all the scattered nascent souls. Finished thinking, Xiaohua stretched out his right hand and gently waved it. Ka-cha-cha! Sure enough, a layer of fine thunderbolts appeared out of thin air and fell on Xiaohua's right hand. Fortunately, Xiaohua was already prepared and hurriedly pulled back his hand. Who knew that the thunderbolt would still mercilessly fall in the direction of Xiaohua's hand? See! Just now, the left half of his body was numb, and now the right half of his body was numb. Xiaohua grimaced as he stood beside the jade table and shook his hand vigorously. He looked very uncomfortable. Seeing this, Xiaohua didn't dare to try again. He squatted down and looked at it with his illusion-breaking eyes. He pinched his chin and secretly thought, spiritual will hammer or wishful staff should be enough, but the counterforce of this restriction is also huge. This is a restriction set up by a tribulation-passing cultivator. If I don't handle it well, I might cause some trouble and end up losing the rice used to lure it. The safest choice is still spiritual fire. Thinking of the spiritual fire that didn't even have any heat, Xiaohua had a headache. Although this thing has been tempered, he didn't see any special effect. Moreover, the spiritual power consumed by activating it once was also particularly huge. It simply didn't care how deep Xiaohua's spiritual power was and directly consumed half of it. Therefore, after the Kunlun mirror and overturn the sea seal were successfully refined, Xiaohua would only consider using it in a life and death situation. However, now that Xiaohua wanted to use the spiritual fire, it was obvious that Xiaohua could only use it twice. At most 3 times, then his spiritual power would be exhausted. Even if he had a nascent soul, it wouldn't be enough. In other words, Xiaohua had to choose where to use it twice or thrice. At this time, although Xiaohua, who didn't care much about vitality stones, greedily looked at the 3 treasures and Yan Lingji in front of him, he was quite unable to make a choice. The magic treasure left by Senior Longzi is definitely not ordinary. If it's not a spiritual weapon, it's a spiritual treasure. Maybe it's even a heavenly spiritual treasure, Xiao Hua thought to himself. However, I can refine spiritual weapons now. Moreover, green-robed Xiao Hua also said that although some of the magic treasures in my space aren't very good, after the separation of yin and yang, they may become heavenly spiritual treasures. In particular, the Kunlun mirror is now complete. Although it hasn't been refined successfully, the possibility of it becoming a spiritual treasure is very high. The Overturn the Sea Seal also has a weapon spirit inside. In the future, it will be promoted to a spiritual treasure as soon as possible. Therefore, I don't need to consider this spiritual treasure. Then there are the medicinal pills and cultivation methods. I now have Do Shanjuan's Mo Yuntong, which recorded almost complete cultivation methods. Although Senior Longzi was a tribulation-passing cultivator, what he left behind may not be better than Do Shanjuan's. Therefore, I don't need to think too much about Mo Yuntong. My target is the jade bottle. Then, there's this spiritual intelligence. This thing is not necessary to cultivate a scattered soul, but it's the key to it. With this thing, the scattered soul, whether it's spiritual sense or spiritual body, can be close to the physical body. As for what it will achieve in the end, the Mo Yuntong didn't record it. However, since I want to do it, I'll do it to the best of my ability. After making up his mind, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and spat out a dual-colored spiritual fire. Under Xiao Hua's careful control of the divine fire art, it turned into countless fire threads and entangled the spiritual intelligence restriction. Sure enough, the spiritual fire threads were so gentle that they didn't have any spiritual power. When they fell on the restriction, there was no attack. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and used all his spiritual power to control the restriction. Although the spiritual fire was powerful enough and Xiao Hua's divine fire art was superb, this restriction was, after all, set by a tribulation-passing cultivator. Xiao Hua spent a full hour to break the restriction and put the spiritual intelligence back into the space. As the spiritual intelligence disappeared from the surface of the water, a layer of light ripples appeared on the surface of the water. These ripples were very strange. They actually moved inwards from the surface of the water to the jade case. The place where the ripples contracted was where the spiritual intelligence was. Good. Xiao Hua put away the spiritual intelligence and was overjoyed. He didn't dare to waste too much time and didn't look at anything else on the surface of the water. He hurriedly went to the jade case and opened his mouth to release another dual-colored spiritual fire. However, just as the fiery threads were about to reach the restriction on the jade bottle, Xiao Hua suddenly stopped and hesitated. My nascent soul is different from other nascent souls. The number of pills it consumes is also different. In particular, according to my Dao sect cultivation method, when an ordinary cultivator reaches the late stage of nascent soul, they have to imprint their primordial spirit into their nascent soul. It's the same as the sword cultivators of Xiaoyu continent controlling their flying swords. Because the nascent soul is a spiritual body, it is different from a life source magic treasure. When the primordial spirit imprint matures, that is, when the nascent soul cultivation method reaches large success, the cultivator needs to cut off the connection between the main body's primordial spirit and the nascent soul. This way, the nascent soul can freely leave the cultivator's main body. This is the so-called leaving the body. When the nascent soul matures again, it can independently roam the sky. Especially when the cultivator's primordial spirit reaches small success, they can use a secret technique to split their soul from 100 li or 1,000 li away. This is called soul splitting. Chapter 37-36. However, I'm different from others. The nascent soul in my body is not only formless, but my primordial spirit is already complete. If I leave a primordial spirit imprint in the nascent soul according to the cultivation method, I can't guarantee that the imprint will form a complete primordial spirit. Even if it succeeds, why would I not use the green-robed Xiao Hua and use a primordial spirit that needs to be cultivated? If that's the case, My path is different from Senior Longlangzi's, or even Do Shanjuan's. I'm afraid Senior Longlangzi's elixir won't be of any use. Also, my alchemy skills are not inferior to anyone else. As long as I have enough spiritual herbs, I can even refine a third-grade elixir. Why should I bother with elixirs? This Xiao should focus on the cultivation technique. Xiaohua had already thought it through. Now that I want to create my own cultivation method, the more techniques I need, the better. Senior Longlangzi's cultivation method may not be as good as Do Shanjuan's, but I can use other techniques. That's right, I'll use this ink cloud pupil. Xiaohua finished thinking for a moment and waved his hands. A wisp of spiritual fire landed on the restriction on the ink cloud pupil. This time, it took twice as long as the previous time. Perhaps the restriction was different, or the power of the spiritual fire was not as strong as the previous time. Xiaohua took out the ink cloud pupil after 2 hours. When Xiaohua touched the ink cloud pupil, a layer of strange cloud patterns appeared on a stone wall in the distance. The cloud patterns moved like a vivid painting, and a thumb-sized human figure flew out from the cloud patterns. As it flew out, the human figure became bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, the human figure turned into the cultivator Xiaohua saw earlier with about the 3rd grade of essence force. The cultivator's face was filled with excitement and his eyes were tightly shut. He did not open his eyes at all in the cave. He casually sat down cross-legged and meditated like Shui Ping and the rest. It's really the same destination. Xiaohua calmed down and confirmed that this was the real abode where Longlangzi cultivated. He then turned around and placed the ink cloud pupil on his forehead. Ah! When he saw the records in the ink cloud pupil, Xiaohua could not help but exclaim. His voice was filled with ecstasy and disbelief. How is this possible? Is this the complete fire escape, wood escape, and earth escape techniques? After Xiaohua cried out in alarm, he couldn't help but take a closer look. He completely ignored the other cultivators that had fallen into the stone wall like dumplings. After carefully reading the ink cloud pupil, Xiaohua's heart was completely at ease. This ink cloud pupil not only recorded the cultivation methods of fire escape, wood escape, and earth escape, but also recorded some strange escape methods and secret skills, and even many pill recipes. Although Xiaohua's wood escape, earth escape, and fire escape were different from these basic escape techniques, it was clear that they were all of the same origin. Only the details were slightly different. Alas, if I had known that Senior Longlangzi's cave mansion had these escape techniques, I wouldn't have spent so much effort to find them elsewhere. Xiaohua took back the ink cloud pupil and handed it to Xiaohua in the green robe. Yes, the things left behind in the cave mansion of the ancient Taoist cultivators were all rare. No wonder so many cultivators searched all over the world for this cloud mountain maze formation. If this cave mansion could not be moved, it would have been found in Yongzhou Cloud Mountain long ago. What a pity! Xiaohua looked at the other 2 restrictions again. He knew that the spiritual power in his body could no longer break any of these 2 restrictions. He felt quite regretful. He really wanted to know whether the one in the middle was a spiritual treasure or a spiritual weapon. Taoist Xiao? You're really fast. Suddenly, a slightly surprised voice came from another stone wall. The same cloud pattern emerged and Gusu Qiudi's figure flew out from it. However, Gusu Qiudi's situation was somewhat similar to Xiaohua's. Although she was very excited, her eyes were not closed. Haha, Xiaohua turned around and laughed. Qiudi didn't take too long. I just came in. Swish swish. As he spoke, another cloud pattern appeared on the stone wall again. A disciple of Zhang Daren flew out from it. Looks like everyone went smoothly. Gusu Qiudi smiled and flew toward Xiaohua. Qiudi, Xiaohua hurriedly reminded, don't use any spells. Oh, don't use any spiritual energy. There are restrictions all around. Is that so? Gusu Qiudi's eyes flashed with a clear light as if she was looking around. Unfortunately, after looking for a while, she only saw stalactites and stalactites. She did not see any special restrictions. Northern underworld breath water? Gusu Qiudi's gaze fell on the pool and immediately cried out in surprise. Xiaohua touched his nose and smiled bitterly. Yes, how could a pool that could give birth to spiritual intelligence be an ordinary pool? Xiaohua used his spiritual eyes to see that the pool was extraordinary. However, he did not have any thoughts of collecting it because the restrictions in this cave mansion were really too powerful. But Gusu Chiodi was different. She reached out and the imperial copper cup immediately appeared in her hand. She activated her spiritual energy and was about to collect the so-called northern underworld breath water. Chiodi, be careful. Xiaohua could only remind her again, hoping that the lightning that he could not resist would not cause too much damage to Gusu Chiodi. Unfortunately, this time Xiaohua's eyes fell out again. The pool water followed the suction force into the copper cup and did not produce any lightning. Oh, I understand. In an instant, the embarrassed Xiaohua immediately thought of the ripple when he collected the spiritual intelligence. Then Xiaohua smiled and said, Chiodi, I'll give you half a cup of tea's time. I'll take the rest of the northern underworld breath water. But Gusu Chiodi's copper cup did not look like an imperial tool that specialized in collecting water. However, it was already filled with a lot of water in a moment. Gusu Chiodi thought about it and immediately agreed. Sister Chiodi. While they were talking, Gongshu Isin also flew out from the stone wall. When she saw such a huge cave mansion, she immediately shouted happily, Look, it's not out of little sister's expectations. Behind that huge stone array must be Tsang Lang Zi's cave mansion. Is this Lang Lin stone? It's the one used to refine the array diagram. Gongshu Isin did not fly up. Her eyes only swept around and landed on a place not far from the stone wall. She cried out in surprise and flew over. Damn it, I miscalculated. Xiaohua secretly stomped his feet. He first looked at the stalactites, then he saw the jade table and the pool of water. Although he used his divine sense to scan the area, he didn't look carefully. He didn't expect that this cave was full of treasures. If I knew this, I would have cleaned everything and not left a single stone for them. The stingy Xiaohua regretted it very much. Who's this? At the stone wall where Zhang Daoren was, the second person to fly in was a nascent soul cultivator. However, when Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, he was a bit surprised because this cultivator was very unfamiliar and was not someone he knew. Looking at Gusu Chiodi, who was concentrating on collecting the northern underworld breath water, and Gongshu Isin, who was collecting the Lang Lin stone, Xiaohua hurriedly transmitted a message to the two. The two were also surprised and hurriedly looked up. However, they saw the nascent soul cultivator sitting cross-legged and ignoring Chiodi. They looked at each other and transmitted a message. Taoist Master Xiao, carefully monitor this person. If there are any strange movements, then make a move. If there is no accident, it should be because we caused too much of a commotion when breaking the array. The nearby cultivators were attracted and then entered the misty mountain maze to meet Zhang Daoren and the others. Then, Xiaohua's heart jumped. He immediately thought of Fairy Su Ming and vigilantly looked at the cultivator. Gusu Chiodi and Gongshu Isin left Xiaohua and hurriedly went to collect their treasures. After half a cup of tea, the cultivator did not move. Xiaohua smiled and said, Fairy Chiodi, it's my turn. Alright. Gusu Chiodi took a deep breath and put away the imperial cup. Her gaze fell on the plan behind Xiaohua. However, when Xiaohua's figure flew up and took out the clear water bottle, she shifted her gaze away from the jade table. What a joke! Even with Xiaohua's divine ability, he could not collect it. Naturally, she would have to use her true qi. Rather than that, she might as well see if there were any other treasures in the cave. Seeing Gusu Chiodi fly to other places in the cave, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. People were really different. Greed was also different. Others only knew how to go to other places to look. He, on the other hand, fought with the restrictions right from the start. He took the most difficult ones first and left the rest of the treasures that he obtained effortlessly for others. However, Xiaohua did not have the time to look at other things. He pretended to take out the clear water bottle, but his mind had already sent a large amount of northern underworld breath water into his space. It was still beyond Xiaohua's expectations. No matter how much northern underworld breath water he collected, the pool of water did not decrease at all. Instead, when ripples appeared, there was still some surplus. Taoist Master Xiao? What treasure is this? Zhai Xingzi also flew out. His face was flushed, and starlight flickered around him. Obviously, he also obtained many benefits inside the stone wall. Northern underworld breath water. Do you want it? Xiaohua replied with a smile. Yes. Zhai Xingzi answered without hesitation. He reached out to take out the artifact. At this time, Gusu Qiudi coquettishly scolded in the distance, Zhai Xingzi, don't listen to the spiritual master's nonsense. I have already collected it. Go look elsewhere. Senior Tsang Langzi's cave really has too many treasures. Hee hee. Zhai Xingzi rolled his eyes at Xiaohua. He chuckled and also released his divine sense. Damn, I thought I was here first. I didn't expect you all to be here. Sun Kongshengren also flew in at this time. However, he only closed his eyes for a few breaths. He immediately flew up and shouted, Brother Xiao, this jade table? Without waiting for Sun Kongshengren to finish, Xiaohua immediately interrupted. That is the most difficult one. Wait until the end. But Sun Kongshengren was even more cunning. He already understood Xiaohua's meaning. He swept with his divine sense and quickly flew to another place. Chapter 3737. Xiaohua collected the northern underworld breath while paying attention to the stone wall in Zhang Daren's direction. At this time, Zhang Daren's disciples and a few cultivators with Xueping also came out from the stone wall. There were even 3 nascent soul cultivators that Xiaohua didn't recognize, but Zhang Daoren still didn't appear. Xiaohua frowned. Swoosh! Another cloud pattern surged and a nascent soul cultivator flew in. This cultivator had a strong build, fair skin, and somewhat thick eyebrows. This cultivator, like the other 3 nascent soul cultivators, didn't open his eyes. He also chose a place to sit cross-legged and comprehend, but didn't see any abnormalities. Strange there also for... No, there's also one more low-level cultivator. Xiaohua looked at the cultivators below the stone wall in surprise. Could it be that these 4 nascent soul cultivators have the same purpose as Fairy Su Ming? I killed Reverend Chu Feng and Reverend Xiangtian at the Yaotai conference. Reverend Yuanqing already said that he would spread the news of their deaths. Fairy Xu Ming avenged Reverend Chu Feng, so the one who avenged Reverend Xiangtian was naturally Fairy Xiangfeng, right? However, it seems that there are no female cultivators among these 4 nascent soul cultivators. Oh, perhaps. When Xiaohua saw the unfamiliar low-level cultivator, he somewhat understood. These 4 nascent soul cultivators might have been invited by this cultivator. However, no matter what, I have to be careful. However, at this time, rumble. A huge tremor came from all sides of the Immortal's cave. The entire cave was shaking. Xiaohua watched as the pool water, which hadn't decreased at all just a moment ago, disappeared in an instant. Brother Xiao? What's going on? Amidst the rumbling, Zhang Daoren flew out from the cloud pattern on the stone wall. When he saw the entire cave shaking, he couldn't help but feel strange. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar resounded, and the figures of 4 demonic beasts appeared beside the stone wall where the 4 cultivators came from. At the same time, the entire stone wall cracked open, revealing a beast-shaped cave. The entrance to the cave was pitch black, and it emitted a cold aura. This? Xiaohua felt strange. Is this the exit of the cave? While thinking, Xiaohua put away the water bottle. Although the pond water was gone, Xiaohua took advantage of this time to collect a lot of northern underworld breath water. After instructing Xiaoguo to implant the northern underworld breath water into the northern underworld breath water, Xiaohua used his spiritual force to scan the 4 caves separately. That's not right. Why do these 4 holes have the same aura as the previous maze? Xiaohua frowned. Suddenly, an unimaginable thought emerged from the bottom of his heart. Without waiting for him to speak, Gong Shuiexin in the distance exclaimed in joy, I understand. This, This wasn't Senior Tsang Lang Zi's cave abode. This was just a place where he rested, or rather, his front residence. When the old man left, he set up a part of the maze. This misty mountain maze formation has more than one layer. Who cares if it's the first floor? With a sweep of his divine sense, Xiaohua collected the few jade crystals at the bottom of the lake, as well as a few array discs and other objects into his space. Then, he turned his gaze to other places. Senior. Fu Jiwen flew over and bowed. Senior, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and find treasures. Xiaohua didn't allow him to finish his words. He hurriedly shouted, no matter what it is, as long as you can take it first. Yes, master. Fu Jiwen hurriedly called out his master and immediately flew off. Seeing Xiaohua like this, Zhang Daoran simply didn't ask any more questions. He hurriedly released his divine sense and began to search around. Fu Jiwen came in first. Moreover, he had only completed the wordless heavenly book, so he woke up faster than the others. The other Dao sect disciples weren't as lucky as him. After all the nascent soul cultivators opened their eyes and began to search the cave abode, they woke up one by one. Of course, these cultivators also hurriedly got up, very familiar with avoiding the nascent soul cultivators and looking for their own treasures. In just less than half an hour, the entire cave abode, except for the 2 restrictions on the jade table, was as clean as a dog licking the jade table. The low-level disciples were still searching around to see if they had left anything behind. The nascent soul cultivators naturally had to worry about their face, so they all landed beside the jade table. Xiaohua looked at the unfamiliar nascent soul cultivators and said with a smile, Brother Daoran, what's going on with these fellow Taoists? Hee, it's all a coincidence. Zhang Daoran smiled and pointed at the nascent soul cultivator who flew out earlier. This is Taoist Master Diquan. He and Taoist Cheng are friends despite the difference in age. Taoist Cheng didn't believe that Brother Xiao could break the formation, so he went to find fellow Taoist Master Diquan. Fellow Taoist Master Diquan invited Taoist Master Han, Yi Mingzi, and Yun Mingzi over. When they arrived, the outer formation had already been broken by us. Of course, they also thought of it and hurriedly entered a cave. They thought that they could meet Brother Xiao inside the cave, but who knew that they would meet this old man? Since they were Dao sect disciples, this old man also came in with them. During this period we encountered many traps. The 4 fellow Taoists also put in a lot of effort to protect this old man's disciples. Brother Daoran is really lucky. Master Sun Kong smiled bitterly. If this old man met the 4 fellow Taoists, this old man's 2 disciples wouldn't have fallen in the maze. That's true. Zhang Daoran nodded. This old man has 5 nascent soul cultivators here. Fellow Taoist Master Zhai Xing has 3. Although Brother Xiao is alone, his cultivation far surpasses ours. You are alone and can't do anything alone. The key is that this ancient maze is too powerful. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, even the few juniors with this Xiao suffered no small amount of damage. Zhang Dern smiled and looked at the cave in the shape of a beast on the stone wall. He pointed at it and said, these 4 entrances are the entrances to the 2nd layer of the maze. Presumably, it's even more dangerous inside. Since we are already here, we have no choice but to continue forward. This 2nd layer of the maze, we have to carefully ponder over it. Brother Daoran. At this time, Taoist Master Diquan smiled and pointed at the jade table. Let's first discuss how to break these 2 treasures. I am already somewhat afraid of such a dangerous maze. Moreover, when I passed through the stone wall just now, I gained something. It's very useful for Ai's cultivation. If these treasures are lucky enough to fall into Ai's hands, I don't intend to go to the 2nd layer of the maze. Yun Mingzi's expression changed slightly and he said with displeasure, Fellow Taoist Master Diquan, this is not what we discussed before. If you give up halfway, what should we do? Taoist Master Diquan laughed and covered up. Just now at the stone wall, old friend Yun Mingzi must have gained something. This is an opportunity. We haven't had such an opportunity for hundreds of years. Now that we have encountered it, why not cherish it? When Yun Mingzi still wanted to say something, Gong Shu Exine stepped forward and said, "Since we want to break the maze, we naturally have to follow the rules. On this jade table, there should be 3 treasures just by looking at the positions. Now, there were only 2. The one on the edge must have been taken away by someone. How should we distribute the remaining 2? Gong Shu Exine interrupted Yun Mingzi and Taoist Master Diquan. It was rather reckless, but he didn't miss the opportunity. Taoist Master Diquan hurriedly said, "I and the others came later. We still want to hear Brother Daren's opinion. Then, how about we make a decision again?" When Taoist Master Diquan was speaking, Gong Shu Exine intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was very helpless. He touched his nose and thought to himself. Gong Shu Exen was obviously warning him not to reach out again. Next to him, Gusu Chiodi smiled and shook her head. When she came in, Xiaohua was standing in front of the jade table and also warned her that the maze inside the cave was powerful. He must have suffered on the jade table. The treasure Gong Shu Exen mentioned was secondary. The most important thing was that if the maze was not powerful, Xiaohua would have already taken it away. Why wait until now? Since Xiaohua couldn't take it away, it was unlikely that they and the others could either. Gong Shu Exion's warning was really like taking off pants to fart. Sure enough, Zhang Daren said, if this was an ordinary matter, we would follow the rules and see who breaks the maze first. But this is the place where Senior Zhang Langzi meditates. The maze inside must be incomparably overbearing. We don't follow the rules. It belongs to whoever can take it. Furthermore, I would like to remind all of you fellow Taoists that no matter who makes a move or who obtains it, the other fellow Taoists are not allowed to attack. Otherwise this old man will kill without mercy. Taoist Master Diquan's heart chilled, but he was even more pleasantly surprised. After all, he had seen clearly that dealing with 5 cultivators above the 4th level was one more than him. Moreover, Master Sun Kong and Zhang Daren's spiritual power fluctuations were obscure. They seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. Chapter 37-38. Dao Cheng might not have expected such a situation, but he was naturally able to deal with Xue Ping's words. Moreover, Xue Ping did not know who Xiaohua's enemy was. The 2 of them talked for a while, and Dao Cheng's answer was watertight. Xue Ping did not ask anything, and Dao Cheng would definitely not reveal the fact that Fairy Xiang Feng had disguised herself as Yun Mengzi. The discussion between the Dao sect's elders ended very quickly. Zhang Daren was the first to speak. Fellow Taoist Diquan, this old man feels that the restrictions on these 2 treasures are definitely not small matters, so this old man's first suggestion is, we should break the restrictions together. Taoist Master Diquan was stunned. Zhang Daren's suggestion was truly out of his expectations. After looking around at Taoist Master Han and the others, he turned his head and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Dao Ran's suggestion is excellent. However, there are only 2 treasures on this jade case. There are so many of us, I'm afraid it won't be easy to distribute them. It's better to go our own way. Taoist Master Diquan's words were very obvious. They were afraid of giving Zhang Daoran and the others a wedding dress. Zhang Daoran was not surprised and said with a smile, since that's the case, the 4 of you should make a move first. The 4 of you can freely choose between these 2 restrictions. However, regardless of whether you succeed or fail, this old man will have to make a move. All right. Of course, Taoist Master Diquan and the others were surprised, but since it was given to them, it was impossible for them not to take advantage of it. However, just as Taoist Master Diquan and Taoist Master Han were about to move, Yun Mengzi suddenly called out to them via sound transmission. This was because the attentive Yun Mengzi had already heard something from Zhang Daren's words. Taoist Master Diquan and the other 3 discussed via sound transmission for a moment before walking to the side of the restriction where the jade bottle was located. However, when the 4 of them gathered, Yun Mengzi hesitated for a moment. However, this hesitation only lasted for a moment before Yun Mengzi returned to normal. Fellow Taoists. Seeing that the 4 of them had already stood in 4 corners, Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, This old man has to remind you that the restrictions on this jade case are no small matter, and the power of the counterattack is great. You can't hold back, but you must also prevent yourselves from getting injured. Thank you, Taoist Master Xiao. Taoist Master Di Quan raised his brows and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. He looked at Xiao Hua with some gratitude and then intentionally or unintentionally looked at Yun Mingzi and said, "Fellow Taoists, did you hear? You and I must act according to our capabilities." "Yes, thank you for your reminder, Spiritual Master Xiao." It seemed that aside from Yun Mingzi, the other two all spoke. As for Yun Mingzi, he was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Spiritual Master Xiao is truly kind. We have no choice but to thank you." Xiao Hua smiled faintly but didn't say anything. He thought that Yun Mingzi had misunderstood and was mocking him for reminding Zhang Daoran of the power of the restriction first, so Zhang Daoran had Taoist Master Di Quan and the others test it first. Taoist Master Di Quan and the others stood still and looked at each other. They each slapped their hands on the top of the door, and 4 streaks of light shot into the sky. 4 small nascent souls in spirit armor appeared in the air. The 4 nascent souls were similar in size, and although the lights flashing around them were different, their magic power fluctuations were similar. However, when they summoned their magic treasures, their power was different. Taoist Master Di Quan had a silver spear that was more than a foot long, engraved with many flowing talismans. Under the activation of the nascent soul, the talismans emitted a dazzling brilliance. The brilliance was like a wave of water drifting between the silver spear and the nascent soul, and an incomparably sharp aura was born from the nascent soul. Taoist Master Han held a light flying sword in his hand. The flying sword was like a thin thread, and thousands of willow catkins fluttered in the air, either hiding in the void or falling into the nascent soul. Although this flying sword wasn't as sharp as Taoist Master Di Quan's silver spear, the cracks in the void created by the flying sword were enough to make Zhang Daoran and the others' eyes light up. Yi Mingzi held a pearl in her hand. There was a faint shadow of a strange beast inside the pearl. When Yi Mingzi's nascent soul activated it, the strange beast came out of the pearl. This strange beast looked like a dragon, but it wasn't. A strange and violent aura instantly filled the entire cave. Although the strange beast hadn't truly transformed, its thunderous roars were incessant. Yun Mingzi held a chipped disc in her hand. The brilliance on it was restrained, but the edges revealed teeth. Clusters of tiny light rays spurted out from the teeth. Although it wasn't completely activated, the origin chi of heaven and earth surged out from the left side of the disc, and the light rays of the disc fiercely shrank and contracted. Seeing that the 4 nascent souls of the 4 cultivators were all male, Xiao Hua's heart finally relaxed. It seemed that he was really paranoid. The so-called fairy Xiang Feng didn't come here by coincidence. "Fellow Taoists, attack!" Taoist Master Di Quan lightly reprimanded, and the silver spear in his hand turned into a silver bolt of lightning that pierced towards the side of the jade bottle. The lightning was dazzling, and the group of low-level disciples couldn't help but close their eyes. Within the light, Taoist Han's flying cotton seemed to be blown by the wind and was even more invisible. It also landed on the restriction. Roar! Yi Mingzi activated her true essence. The strange beast that had been circling around the pearl let out a long roar and turned into the thickness of an arm before charging towards the restriction. The strange beast's scales were exceptionally clear, and strange runes faintly appeared within them. A fist-sized horn grew increasingly larger as it approached the restriction. Yun Mingzi's nascent soul didn't grasp the timing to swing the disc well. It seemed to hesitate slightly, or perhaps the direction was inaccurate. However, the light that was leaning towards Xiao Hua distorted and immediately followed the other 3's magic treasures to attack the restriction. It was only because of Yun Mingzi's momentary hesitation, but the sound of thunder once again filled the jade table. The 3 magic treasures that stabbed into the restriction were immediately entangled by hair-thin thunderbolts. Ka-ka-ka-ka, sounds like glass cracking. Twisted cracks appeared on the silver spear and the silver light dimmed. Yi Mingzi's strange beast was even more pitiful. With a whoosh, All the scales on its body were lifted by the thunderbolts and layers of blood-red runes flowed out like blood. On the other hand, the unknown Taoist Master Han, following the thunderbolts, the sword threads turned into thin green threads, dodging most of the thunderbolts. Very few thunderbolts landed on the sword threads, only trembling slightly a few times before gradually disappearing. It was very clear that Taoist Master Han's flying sword was a rare wood attribute. Puff puff. With two muffled sounds, Taoist Master Di Quan and Yimingzi's nascent souls opened their mouths and coughed out half a mouthful of blood. Their nascent souls were already dispirited. Sizzle. Seeing this, Yunmingzi was shocked and hurriedly took back the disc. Just as the disc stopped, there was another light kacha sound. A thin lightning bolt hit the edge of the disc at lightning speed. A small crack appeared on the disc after being hit by the lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, the disc fell into the nascent soul's hands. The nascent soul didn't stop and entered Yunmingzi's body. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and smiled meaningfully. Fellow Taoist Yunmingzi actually listened to my advice. The other fellow Taoists don't seem to care. Taoist Master Di Quan and Yimingzi's faces were slightly red. They withdrew their nascent souls and looked at each other before looking at Taoist Han. Although Taoist Han wasn't injured and his magic treasure wasn't damaged, it was even more impossible for him to break the restriction. Therefore, Taoist Han smiled bitterly and withdrew his nascent soul and magic treasure. He said to Zhang Duran, "Fellow Taoist Duran, it seems that we have no fate with this spirit pill. Now it's your turn to make a move. We will rest on the side for the time being." "All right." Zhang Daoran nodded. "After this old man and the others make a move, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, the four of you will make a move again. Let's do as fellow Taoist Daoran says." Taoist Han nodded and flew to the side. He frowned as he looked at the jade table and pondered. Taoist Master Di Quan and Yimingzi flew to the side and took medicinal pills to heal their injuries. As for Yunmingzi, she looked at Xiaohua and the others with a slightly gloomy face. The so-called Yunmingzi was of course Fairy Xiangfeng. The reason for her hesitation was of course Xiaohua. After all, Xiaohua was close at hand and unguarded. As long as she activated her magic treasure, it was very likely that she could kill Xiaohua on the spot. Unfortunately, when Fairy Xiangfeng sent a sound transmission to Taoist Master Di Quan and the others to discuss, the three of them did not agree. Not to mention the treasure, the three of them had already set their eyes on the jade bottle. Just the presence of Zhai Xingzi and the other four was enough to deter the three of them, making them not dare to make a move. The moment Fairy Xiangfeng activated her magic treasure, she saw the beast-shaped black hole in Xiaohua's direction from the corner of her eyes. Only then did she put away her magic treasure and continue to attack the restriction. Of course, it was only when she was hesitating that the counterattack of the restriction did not severely injure Fairy Xiangfeng. At this moment, seeing Zhang Daoran discussing with Xiaohua via sound transmission, Fairy Xiangfeng couldn't help but feel lucky. Zhang Daoran asked Xiaohua via sound transmission, "Brother Xiao, this restriction is indeed as powerful as you said. Taoist Master Di Quan and the others, they didn't listen to your suggestion and made a move themselves. As expected, they suffered a huge loss. What do you think we should do now?" "What do you think, Brother Daoran?" Xiaohua did not directly answer, but instead asked a question. "This..." Zhang Daoran pondered for a moment and smiled bitterly. "To be honest, although our cultivation is deeper than Taoist Master Di Quan's, the difference is negligible. If they can't break the restriction, we can't break it either. This old man wants to see what Brother Xiao can do." A smile appeared on Zhang Daoran's face as he looked at the empty space on the jade table where Mo Yuntong had been placed. Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, "If I had a way, would I have waited until now?" "Oh." Zhang Daoran was somewhat stunned. "Just now, didn't we discuss in vain?" "How could it be for nothing?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "If it was for nothing, why would I discuss with you?" Zhang Daoran scratched his head and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Xiao, just now when we were discussing how to break the restriction, you didn't mention making a move yourself." I thought you had the confidence to break the restriction at the crucial moment, but if you don't make a move now, with how powerful this restriction is, I'm afraid we won't even be able to touch a hair of it. Chapter 37-39. Xiaohua touched his nose and smiled. Just because I don't make a move doesn't mean others won't make a move. Who else can make a move? Zhang Daoran was puzzled as he looked at Fu Jiwen, Xue Ping, and the others in the distance. Zhai Xingzi didn't disturb them. When Zhang Daoran looked at Fu Jiwen and Xue Ping, he immediately observed their expressions and smiled. Fu Jiwen, come over here. Yes, senior. Fu Jiwen was startled and flew over. Zhang Daoran stopped transmitting and looked at Fu Jiwen, asking curiously, Brother Xiao, you said it was Fu Jiwen who made a move? Of course it's him. Who else could it be? Xiaohua said with a smile. Xiaohua's stingy and protective nature was revealed again. Although he couldn't make a move now, he still didn't forget to pull his disciple into the group. If he had directly asked Fu Jiwen to make a move, Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong might have objected. But now, even if they wanted to object, looking at the injuries of Taoist Master Di Quan and the others, they naturally felt that Fu Jiwen was qualified to get a share of the loot. They couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Since they didn't say anything, with Fu Jiwen's seniority, no matter if he got a magic treasure or elixir, others wouldn't treat him badly. Sure enough, Sun Kong frowned and said with some displeasure, Brother Xiao is joking, right? What can Fu Jiwen do? Gidge. Gusuchiodi also understood Xiaohua's thoughts and covered her mouth with a smile. Taoist Master Xiao, you're really Gu clan. The men of Gu clan are all good men. Xiaohua said with a smile, you female cultivators must cherish them. That's... Gusuchiodi looked sweetly at Zhai Xingzi and said, this concubine understands better than anyone. What can this brat do? Gongshu Isin also asked coldly. Fu Jiwen naturally understood what Xiaohua was thinking. He stood there quietly and didn't say anything. Xiaohua ordered indifferently, Fu Jiwen, take out the thunder amplification wood. Yes, senior. Seeing that there were outsiders, Fu Jiwen immediately changed the way he addressed Xiaohua and took out the wooden box made from the thunder amplification wood. How's the time? Xiaohua seemed to have a plan and asked with a smile. If nothing unexpected happens, there should still be a few more moments. Fu Jiwen replied respectfully. Xiaohua nodded, then let's wait a little longer. Taoist Master Xiao. Zhai Xingzi sighed helplessly. If the pills are taken out, how are we going to distribute them? You've given us a huge problem. Brother Zhai Xing. Hearing Zhai Xingzi's confident tone, Zhang Daoran asked in bewilderment, can't we just go with what we discussed earlier? What do you mean by that? Right, let's do as Brother Daoran said. Xiaohua smiled and said, Fu Jiwen is a junior, so he should have the awareness of a junior. Don't you agree, Fu Jiwen? Yes, I will listen to your instructions. Fu Jiwen was even more cooperative than Zhai Xingzi. Zhai Xingzi looked at Gusu Chiodi helplessly and shook his head. Chio, this time, we are basking in Fu Jiwen's glory. Let's bask in it. In the past, this concubine also basked in it a lot. In the future, this concubine will probably bask in it as well. Gusu Chiodi smiled like a little fox. At worst, we'll just give Fu Jiwen some more benefits. Sister. Gongshu Isin was unhappy and said loudly, what do you mean? Can Fu Jiwen break the restriction? If Taoist Master Xiao says he can, then he can. Gusu Chiodi also started to keep them in suspense. Sun Kong seemed to have realized something and looked at Fu Jiwen up and down. However, Zhang Daoran was still not at ease. He smiled and said, since Fu Jiwen is going to help Taoist Master Xiao break the restriction, then, how are we going to cooperate with Fu Jiwen? Xiaohua shook his head mysteriously and said, what Brother Daoran wants to do is indeed very important, because you have to choose which restriction to break first. Even though Zhang Daoran was half a step into the out-of-aperture realm, he did not have the slightest confidence in breaking the restriction. Now that he heard Xiaohua's tone, it was as if the treasure in the restriction was in his hands. He could not help but be shocked. Hee. Seeing that he had enough of showing off, Xiaohua's expression became serious. He coughed and said, "Fellow Taoists, let's follow our previous discussion and stand still." Alright. Gusu Qiudi was the first to agree. She pulled Zhai Xingzi to stand at a corner of the jade table. However, Gusu Qiudi did not take out any imperial equipment, while Zhai Xingzi took out Falling Star. Of course, what puzzled Taoist Master Di Quan and the others was that Zhai Xingzi did not use his nascent soul. Since Zhai Xingzi moved, although Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran were puzzled, they also took out their magic weapons and stood in front of the jade table. Seeing that Gusu Qiudi did not take out her imperial equipment, Gongshu Isin was a bit hesitant. She did not know if she should take out her imperial equipment like what they discussed before. Seeing this, Gusu Qiudi smiled and said, "These are all Taoist treasures. You and I have no use for them. We can help. However, Zhai Xingzi and the others want to take the pills first. We don't have to interfere." Alright. Gongshu Isin was also full of doubts and stood beside Gusu Qiudi. "Senior Xiao, it's time," Fu Jiwen reminded in a low voice. "Do it." Xiaohua nodded. Fu Jiwen received Xiaohua's order and carefully opened the Yanlei wooden box in his hand. The Heaven Punishment Prison crystal was revealed in midair. Heaven Punishment Prison. Gongshu Isin was from a famous sect and recognized the Heaven Punishment Prison crystal at a glance. She could not help but call out. However, after calling out 3 words, she immediately felt something was wrong and quickly shut her mouth. Her gaze looked very frantically at Xiaohua and then at Gusu Qiudi. She really did not think that Gusu Qiudi and Xiaohua actually had something to do with the Immortal Palace's Heaven Punishment Prison crystal. This was a great crime against the immortal law. Carefully place it above the restriction, Xiaohua instructed in a low voice. "Yes, senior." A kind of warmth appeared in Fu Jiwen's eyes. He slowly placed the Heaven Punishment Prison crystal 1 qi above the restriction. "Slowly descend," Xiaohua instructed again. "Yes, senior." Fu Jiwen still complied. As the Heaven Punishment Prison crystal slowly approached the restriction, the hearts of Zhang Daoran and the others were all in suspense. "Hold on tight. When it's about time, let go," Xiaohua reminded Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen stared closely at the Heaven Punishment Prison crystal. His fingers slowly loosened, "Kacha?" Just as everyone was staring at the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal, several bolts of lightning suddenly appeared. They were like horned dragons that appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The moment these bolts of lightning appeared, they immediately attacked the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal from all directions. However, just before these thunderbolts appeared, Fu Jiwen's fingers loosened. The Heaven Punishment Prison crystal landed on the restriction of the jade bottle. Although most of the thunderbolts landed on the Heaven Punishment Prison crystal, there were still some that affected the restriction. Rumble. The fine thunderbolts that had just injured the 2 nascent soul stage cultivators also flashed out from the restriction and struck the Heaven Punishment Prison crystal. Wung. The Heaven Punishment Prison crystal made a rumbling sound in the lightning threads. Inscribed chains floated and overflowed from the lightning threads. A kind of indescribable solemnity, a kind of orderly and irresistible feeling was born from these chains. Waves of purple thunderbolts followed these inscribed chains and landed on the restriction that dared to challenge them. Kacha. Rumble. Endless rumbles sounded on the jade table. Not only were Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong dumbstruck, but even Taoist Master Di Quan and Taoist Master Han were dumbstruck. Even Fairy Xiang Feng, who originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to sneak attack Xiaohua, opened her mouth slightly and threw her plan aside. She blankly watched the entanglement and struggle between the Heaven Punishment Lightning of the Immortal Palace and the Heaven Punishment Lightning of the Tao Sect's Tribulation Transcending Stage Cultivator. Xiaohua was really a little proud. Song Longzi was a Tribulation Transcending Stage Cultivator, but he was much weaker than the Immortal Palace, let alone the Heaven Punishment Lightning of the Immortal Palace. Seeing that the restriction on the jade bottle had become thin in a moment, If they didn't make a move, the jade bottle might be destroyed by the lightning of the battle between Confucianism and Taoism. Xiao Hua had to remind them, "Hurry up." But Zhang Daoran and the others only woke up at this time as if they had just woken up from a dream. They each urged their magic treasures to hit the restriction under the lightning. Boom! In a flash of brilliance, the 3 magic treasures hit the restriction with lightning speed. Whoosh! But just as the brilliance was born, Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique more skillfully than anyone else. He forcibly grabbed the jade bottle in the restriction that had just cracked a little. However, before Master Sun Kong could frown, Xiao Hua's hand flashed in front of Fujiwen's eyes like a dragonfly skimming the water. The jade bottle instantly fell into Fujiwen's hand before Fujiwen realized it. Even if Master Sun Kong wanted to say something, he was afraid that he couldn't. After all, Xiao Hua and Fujiwen were master and disciple. Although Xiao Hua himself said that he wouldn't snatch the jade bottle, it was reasonable for him to snatch it for Fujiwen. Especially, with Fujiwen's cultivation, he couldn't use these elixirs at all. Senior Xiao. At this time, Gongshu EXN hurriedly called out, "Hurry up and put the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal on another restriction." Unfortunately, Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at her and said lightly, "If you have the ability, take it yourself." Gongshu EXN was a little breathless with anger. Looking at the lightning above the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal, she also realized that this was the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal. The thunder of Heaven Punishment represented the wrath of heaven. How could an ordinary cultivator trigger it? But thinking of this, Gongshu EXN couldn't help but look at Fujiwen again. Yes, this kind of lightning punishment. Why wasn't Fujiwen afraid? Seeing Xiao Hua take the jade bottle so easily and she didn't even have the thought of making a move, Fairy Xiangfeng was really ashamed and angry. She couldn't help glaring at Immortal Di Quan, whose eyes had already fallen to the ground. When Immortal Di Quan noticed Fairy Xiangfeng's gaze, he unconsciously swallowed the saliva that almost flowed out. He looked at Immortal Han and Yi Mingzi with a bitter smile. He really regretted that he didn't agree with Zhang Daoran's suggestion. Chapter 3740. Fujiwen, quickly let me see what kind of elixir is inside. Gusu Chiodi smiled and stretched out her hand. Yes, senior. Fujiwen obediently raised his hand and the jade bottle flew into Gusu Chiodi's hand. His gaze still fell on the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. Although the thunderbolts on the restriction had already subsided and the lightning on the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal was now extremely weak due to breaking the restriction, Fujiwen's heart still clenched when he thought about how he didn't use the thunder-amplifying wood to block the lightning today. Damn it, why did I take in such a stupid disciple? Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and scolded. What are you looking at? Wasn't the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal the same when I didn't give you the thunder-amplifying wood? Today, the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal has been worn down by the restriction lightning and doesn't have much power anymore. Don't worry. Yes, master. Fujiwen was a little absent-minded and answered, but his gaze didn't move away from the lightning. Brother Daoran, come and take a look. The jade bottle in Gusu Chiodi's hand had already fallen into Zhai Xingzi's hand. After seeing it, Zhai Xingzi's face flushed red. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly beckoned Zhang Daoran over. How could Zhang Daoran not know the rarity of the elixir in the jade bottle? Looking at the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal that no longer had any lightning, he chuckled and didn't rush over. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal in his hand. His figure landed beside Fujiwen and placed the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal in the thunder-amplifying wood. He then said to Taoist Master Di Quan, "Taoist Master Di Quan, according to our agreement, it's time for you to take action. After the 4 of you take action, if you succeed, we'll immediately enter the final maze. If you fail, After saying that, Zhang Daoran used his hand to pull Fujiwen and said to Zhai Xingzi and the others, "Let's go over there and talk." Immediately after, Zhang Daoran and the others walked away with their heads held high. The 7 of them gathered in a corner of the cave. After Zhang Daoran set up a restriction, They hid inside to discuss how to split the teams. Although Shui Ping and the others were a little jealous in their hearts, their jealousy varied from person to person. For example, Shui Ping immediately realized that Xiao Hua accepting Fu Jiwen as his disciple was not as simple as he had thought. When he thought about his encounter inside the stone wall, he had long since calmed down. Looking at the strange expressions on the faces of the people around him, he sighed in his heart and closed his eyes to comprehend. Taoist Master Di Quan and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of the 4 nascent soul cultivators, 2 were injured, and 2 had suffered under the restriction. How could they still have the strength to break the restriction? Although Zhang Daren's words weren't sarcastic, there was a hint of mockery. However, the 4 of them exchanged glances. Their minds were already spinning as they pondered on how to break the seal. However, Fu Jiwen relied on the heavenly punishment prison crystal to break the restriction. This method couldn't be used casually. The 4 of them racked their brains but couldn't find a way to resist the restriction of a tribulation-passing cultivator. Half an hour later, Zhang Daoran removed the restriction. Everyone, including Gongshu Exin, had a smile on their faces. Taoist Master Di Quan and the others felt even more bitter in their hearts. Obviously, a bottle of panacea refined by a tribulation-passing cultivator had been cleanly divided up by these shameful opponents. If they couldn't come up with something to break the restriction, they would lose the qualification to break the restriction. Of course, when Zhang Daoran and Taoist Master Di Quan discussed before, they didn't mention the time to break the restriction. However, Taoist Master Di Quan didn't think that the 4 of them had any qualifications to delay the time. Sure enough, without waiting for Zhang Daoran to speak, Sun Kong looked at the restriction on the jade table that hadn't moved in the slightest and said with a smile, "It seems that the 4 fellow Taoists are very polite. You had to wait for us to be present before breaking the restriction. In that case, I ask the 4 fellow Taoists to make a move. We've already discussed and prepared to wait for the 4 fellow Taoists to try before getting the last spirit channeling magic treasure." Spirit channeling magic treasure? Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He knew that on the hidden Immortal continent, spirit channeling magic treasures were spirit tools. Hearing Sun Kong's confident tone, Taoist Master Di Quan looked at Taoist Master Han and the others and asked helplessly, "What do you 3 fellow Taoists think?" This Taoist Master Han wasn't as depressed as Taoist Master Di Quan. He had been looking at the jade table with narrowed eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. Now that he heard Taoist Master Di Quan's question, he hesitated slightly and said, "Fellow Taoist Sun Kong, can you give us a bit more time?" Why not? Sun Kong waved his sleeve and laughed loudly. "Then I'll give the 4 fellow Taoists 20 hours. After 20 hours, we'll make a move." "Many thanks, fellow Taoist." Taoist Master Han cupped his hands and replied. At this time, not to mention Taoist Master Han, even Shui Ping and the others knew that Fu Jiwen's heavenly punishment prison crystal would definitely produce heavenly punishment lightning again after 24 hours. Taoist Master Han. Seeing Taoist Master Han take the initiative to speak, Taoist Master Di Quan's eyes lit up and he asked tentatively, "You?" Taoist Master Han nodded slightly and took out a few formation plates. He formed hand seals and the formation plates landed on both sides of the jade table. The formation plates flickered with obscure fluctuations and enveloped the entire jade table in a moment. Then Taoist Master Han took out a few formation flags and rubbed them with his hands. Strands of strange brilliance fell into the formation flags. These formation flags floated and landed in the void above the jade table. When everything was ready, Taoist Master Han smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, please come with me. I just saw Taoist Master Xiao break the formation. I have some insights." "Okay." Taoist Master Di Quan and the others were delighted. Only Fairy Xiang Feng was a bit hesitant, but she still flew with the 3. When Taoist Master Han set up a silent barrier, the 4 began to discuss. Lady Gongshu." Xiao Hua looked at the formation set up by Taoist Master Han and said with a smile, "How confident do you think Taoist Master Han is in breaking the restriction?" Gongshu rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua and said coldly, "I should be the one asking Senior Xiao this question, right?" Taoist Master Han is your Tao sect cultivator. You should know better than me. I can't see it either. But it seems they came prepared. Xiao Hua touched his nose and completely erased the doubt in his heart. He shook his head and said, perhaps this Taoist Master Han is the instigator of entering the Cloud Mountain Maze formation. Yes, this Taoist Master Han knows formations. Moreover, his magic treasure is a wood attribute flying sword. Presumably, he has already thought of a way to restrain the restriction lightning. This Taoist Master Han is amazing. Gusu Chiudi nodded and said. However, Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong were Zhai Xingzi. The three people's eyes revealed doubt. Sun Kong asked curiously, Brother Daoran, have you heard of this Taoist Master Han's name? Zhang Daoran replied flatly, I haven't even heard of that Yun Mengzi. It's really strange. A Jade Pavilion gathering actually involved so many nascent soul cultivators of my hidden immortal continent. It's really out of my expectations. Zhai Xingzi was also stunned. He even looked at Xiao Hua. Let's not talk about others. With Taoist Master Zhao's cultivation, although I'm not close to you province, I haven't heard of any rumors. Am I a bit ignorant? Seeing everyone talking about his background again, Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said with a very mysterious smile, I'm not surnamed Gusu. Why do you know me? Besides, don't ask about a hero's origin. Miracles are naturally man-made. There are so many nameless great experts in this world. Who knows where a divine clone is hiding? Different. Zhang Darn shook his head. Hidden immortal continent of Confucian cultivators, how can there be too many miracles? What about Grand Mist Ancestor? Xiao Hua hit the nail on the head. When these words came out, everyone was speechless. Their faces were filled with envy and reverence. Clearly, this Grand Mist Ancestor had long been a legend of the hidden immortal continent. Not long after, Taoist Master Han and the others had finished their discussion. Taoist Master Di Quan and Yi Mingzi's faces were filled with excitement. On the other hand, Fairy Xiang Feng was biting her lips with a helpless expression. Fellow Taoists, this time I am the abbot of breaking the seal. According to our previous discussion, I ask that you all do your best. Taoist Master Han and the others sat in front of the jade table as before. Taoist Master Han raised his hand and cupped his hands towards the three of them. All right, we will listen to Taoist Master Han's instructions. Yi Mingzi was the first to answer. Taoist Master Di Quan and Fairy Xiang Feng did not speak. They only nodded slightly. Seeing this, Taoist Master Han raised his hand and took out a fist-sized bead from his Taoist robe. Thunder-devouring bead. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and was secretly shocked. The thunder-devouring bead in Taoist Master Han's hand was very similar to the thunder-devouring bead that Xiao Hua had brought back to the thunder-controlling sect from the Dawn Rain continent. However, the thunder-devouring bead in Taoist Master Han's hand was clearly a bit shabby. Although there were some threads of lightning inside, they could not cause the lightning to change. In particular, the outer layer of the thunder-devouring bead actually had traces of golden lines, and on top of these lines, there were many strange lightning runes that were as thin as ants. These lightning runes floated along with the light, and their shape was also like a horned dragon. Damn it, what is the background of this Taoist Master Han? He actually has a thunder-devouring bead in his hand? However, it seems like this thunder-devouring bead is not his life magic treasure. I don't think it's that important. Xiao Hua sighed and immediately understood what Taoist Master Han was thinking. Fellow Taoists, please prepare. Taoist Master Han raised the thunder-devouring bead, swept his gaze across the crowd and said in a low voice. At this time, Xiao Hua suddenly opened his mouth and said, Taoist Master Han, I have a suggestion. Taoist Master Xiao, please speak. Taoist Master Han was slightly startled as he said in surprise. Xiao Hua laughed. Taoist Master Han, how confident are you? 30%. Taoist Master Han replied without hesitation. So it's like that. Seeing that Taoist Master Han did not hide anything, Xiao Hua nodded and said, since Taoist Master Han is only 30% confident, and after 20 hours, we are 100% confident. In order to save time, I have a suggestion. Looking at the thunder-devouring bead and then at the spirit tool, he suddenly realized, Taoist Master Xiao, you've taken a fancy to my thunder-devouring bead? That's right. Xiao Hua said with a smile. I've taken a fancy to your complete thunder-devouring bead. Unfortunately, the thunder-devouring bead is damaged and can't match up to 40% of the spirit tool's value. I'm in a bit of a difficult position. Taoist Master Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Hua's words were clearly bargaining. If Xiao Hua was in a difficult position, why did he stop him from collecting the thunder-devouring bead? He was clearly afraid that he wouldn't agree to the deal. It was obvious that he was trying to blackmail him. However, looking at Xiao Hua's smiling face, Taoist Master Han felt a little distressed. Xiao Hua's attitude could be considered amiable. If he was in a different situation with such a great disparity in strength, what he did would be far more excessive than Xiao Hua. Thinking for a moment, Taoist Master Han waved his hand and removed the magic power controlling the thunder-devouring bead. He said with a smile, this thunder-devouring bead was obtained by me through life and death. It's very important to me. Although it's already damaged, I'm not willing to give it up. Everyone in the cave mansion was well aware that this sentence was also a bargaining. However, Xiao Hua didn't mind. After all, the thunder-devouring bead was in his hands and the spirit tool was also in his hands. Although he first controlled the thunder-devouring bead to reveal his true thoughts, this was both passive and active. It was better than forcing the thunder-devouring bead into Taoist Master Han's hands. Forget it. Since Taoist Master Han also values the thunder-devouring bead so much, this thunder-devouring bead should be worth 40% of the spirit tool's value. Xiao Hua took a step back and said with a smile, I'll use 40% of the spirit tool to exchange for this thunder-devouring bead. Straightforward. Taoist Master Han was as surprised as everyone else. They couldn't think of why this damaged thunder-devouring bead was so important to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua would rather give up the spirit tool to obtain this thunder-devouring bead. However, Taoist Master Han was also a decisive person. After thinking for a moment, he nodded in agreement. Xiao Hua laughed mischievously. With a wave of his sleeve, the thunder-devouring bead fell into the space. Once again, the space was filled with lightning and strange phenomena. Xiao Hua once again raised his hand, and the flute-like spirit artifact flew towards Taoist Master Han. He said, I will give 40% to Taoist Master Han. Taoist Master Han now has 55% of this psychic treasure. I'll take 60%. Taoist Master Han was in a good mood. He smiled and prepared to accept the spirit tool. However, right at this moment, the spirit artifact let out a sharp sound that pierced straight into everyone's ears. The spirit artifact suddenly shook and actually escaped from Taoist Han's hands. It drew an arc in the air and rushed into one of the holes. Still want to escape? Xiao Hua's Naiwen Palace flashed with golden light and blocked the spirit tool's attack. Then, he sneered and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique to control the spirit tool in an instant. Then, he took out a talisman from his Taoist robe and stuck it on the spirit tool under the urging of his magic power. The spirit tool's undulations immediately disappeared and it obediently lay in Xiao Hua's hand. Fellow Taoist Han, keep it well. Xiao Hua smiled and threw the spirit tool into Taoist Master Han's hand. Taoist Master Han's face was a bit red. He couldn't keep his face. Xiao Hua didn't care about the spirit tool, but someone did. Old Senior Xiao. Seeing the spirit tool's power, Gongshu Exen hurriedly said, Old Senior Xiao, this is a Taoist spirit tool. How can you easily give it to others? But after Gongshu Exen finished speaking, no one echoed her. Gongshu Exen looked around and saw Gusuchiodi and the others looking at her like she was an idiot. In an instant, the greed that had just arisen subsided and her face flushed red. Wasn't she a Confucian cultivator? What did she want this spirit tool for? Even Master Sun Kong didn't say anything. How could she open her mouth? Besides, she didn't say anything earlier. Now that she saw the spirit tool's power, what was the point of bringing it up again? Taoist Master Han put away the spirit tool and brought Taoist Master Di Quan and the others to a corner to set up a restriction. After a while, the four flew back with smiles on their faces. Obviously, they each gained something. As for whose hands the spirit tool fell into, Xiaohua didn't care and didn't ask. Zhang Daoren looked at the cave abode that looked like it had been washed by water, and then looked at the four different cave entrances. He smiled and said, "The matter here is over, and we have no other way out. It seems that we can only break through the last maze. Fellow Taoists, what do you plan to do?" Master Sun Kong glanced at Taoist Master Han and the others and asked indifferently, "Fellow Taoist Han and the others also want to attack the formation with us?" Taoist Master Han said with a smile, "I also don't want to follow behind you, but there's no other way." Although Master Sun Kong didn't care about the spirit tool, he didn't want it to fall into the hands of others. This was what ordinary cultivators thought, so he asked Taoist Master Han. Zhang Daoren shook his head and looked at the four holes. He said, "For more passages, just like before. According to our experience in the previous maze, the most dangerous part of this maze is the protection outside. This maze seems to be where Senior Tsong Langzi tests our strength. Therefore, I think it's better to split up. What do you think, Taoist Master Xiao?" "Of course." Xiaohua said with a smile, "If we stay together, we'll have fewer opportunities. I agree to split up. In that case, I'll take this passage." Seeing that Xiaohua didn't object, Zhang Daoren raised his hand and pointed at a jellyfish-like hole. "I want to travel with Brother Daoren. What do you think?" Just as Zhang Daoren finished speaking, Taoist Master Han hurriedly spoke and cupped his hands towards Zhang Daoren. Fairy Xiang Feng was truly exhausted. Her cheekbones flashed with a strange light. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a pill from the space. He handed it to Fairy Xiang Feng and said with a smile, "This is a pill refined by Xiaohua. It can replenish quintessential essence. Why don't you try it?" Fairy Xiang Feng smiled and took the pill. However, she did not consume it and replied, "I am just a bit exhausted. I will be fine after resting for a while." Xiaohua's expression did not change. He slapped his hand and the seal of overturning sea flew above Fujiwen's head to protect him. "Taoist Xiao." Fairy Xiang Feng looked around and asked curiously, "Where are Shui Ping and the others? Did they stay in the cave?" Xiaohua replied without turning his head, "Xiaohua has a country weapon. I will temporarily keep them inside and let them out after we get the cave." Fairy Xiang Feng was slightly surprised. She rolled her eyes and said, "Taoist Xiao is very protective of your disciples. Shui Ping and the others are not Xiaohua's disciples." Xiaohua corrected, "Xiaohua only met him once." "Since you only met him once?" Fairy Xiang Feng asked in confusion. "Taoist Xiao believes Shui Ping's words? You dare to bring him into the Misty Mountain Maze?" Xiaohua nodded. "Aren't we in the Misty Mountain Maze now? His words are not wrong." "That is not what I meant." Fairy Xiang Feng hurriedly explained. "What I mean is that Taoist Xiao is already able to bring them in. Moreover, in the cave from before, I saw that these low-level disciples had already found some useful treasures. In particular, when they passed through the stone wall, they obtained a lot. Taoist Xiao does not need to bring these burdens." "Taoist Xiao means to leave them in the cave from before? That is not it. Sigh, I don't know what to say." Fairy Xiang Feng was at a loss for words. She was purely trying to dispel Xiaohua's conflict and increase his favorable impression of her. "I just feel that Taoist Xiao is doing too much for these strangers." "Perhaps." Xiaohua activated the seal of overturning ocean, and a ferocious earthen yellow radiance rushed past Fujiwen, sweeping away all the huge rocks that were smashing towards him. He replied somewhat absent-mindedly, "They are still my Tao sect's disciples after all. I also want to give them some benefits." "Taoist Xiao is so kind." Fairy Xiang Feng sneered in her heart. However, her tone did not change. She then asked, "Oh right. I was invited by Taoist Di Quan. However, I heard from Dao Cheng that Taoist Xiao had just returned from the Yaotai gathering. Could it be that Taoist Xiao did not kill my Dao sect disciples on the Yaotai mountain? Of course I have killed Dao sect disciples. However, I have killed more Confucian sect disciples." Xiao Hua did not seem to notice. He still had his back facing Fairy Xiang Feng as he said, "Moreover, I have killed many Dao sect disciples. However, I have saved many more." "I don't believe it." Fairy Xiang Feng laughed. "That year, I participated in the Yaotai gathering and killed many people. There were many Dao sect disciples inside. It is up to you whether you believe it or not." Xiao Hua turned around. His eyes were very clear. "I have no regrets." No regrets. Fairy Xiang Feng cursed inwardly. After passing through the maze, she did not see Fairy Su Ming and did not hear Zhai Xingzi and the others mention her. How could Fairy Xiang Feng not know that Fairy Su Ming had died in Xiao Hua's hands? "I heard that this Yaotai gathering was different from before. Not only did Golden Core cultivators die inside, even nascent soul cultivators were almost wiped out?" Fairy Xiang Feng asked again. Xiao Hua nodded. "Indeed. But how would I know?" Xiao Hua shook his head. "I was also seriously injured inside. I was lucky to escape and do not know the details." "Of course, if Taoist Yunmeng wants to know who I have killed, I can tell you the reason." "Don't." Fairy Xiang Feng hurriedly waved her hand. "Taoist Xiao, you are preparing to kill me. I don't want to hear this." "It doesn't matter." Xiao Hua laughed. "If I don't mention names, how would you know? I have endured for a long time. If I don't tell anyone, I will feel uncomfortable." "Very well." Fairy Xiang Feng laughed bitterly. "I can only believe in Taoist Xiao's character." Then, Xiao Hua explained in detail why he killed Taoist Xiang Tian and Taoist Chu Feng. Fairy Xiang Feng's expression changed several times. In the end, she sighed slightly and said, "Taoist Xiao, you killed them well. One of them bullied the weak and forced people to buy and sell. In the end, he even harmed the innocent. The other one was even more sinister. He wanted to take advantage of your injuries to steal your Qingkuan bag. He indeed deserved to be killed." Chapter 3743. If fellow Taoist Elmar thinks so, then that's great. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I've always convinced people with virtue. Now that you and I are going to break through the maze of Misty Mountain, we should trust each other." "Taoist Xiao, don't worry." Fairy Xiang Feng nodded. "I have absolute trust in Taoist Xiao." "Oh right." Xiao Hua suddenly asked, "Does fellow Taoist Elmar know Fairy Su Ming?" "Of course." Fairy Xiang Feng blinked her eyes and said curiously, "Ji Prefecture's Fairy Su Ming is a late nascent soul stage cultivator. How could I not know?" At this point, Fairy Xiang Feng rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Could it be that Taoist Xiao has something to say directly to Fairy Su Ming? Or, does Taoist Xiao have other ideas?" "Oh, according to what I know, although Fairy Su Ming has never dual cultivated, she still has dual cultivated Taoist Xiao." Without waiting for Fairy Xiang Feng to finish speaking, Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand to stop her. He rolled his eyes at her and said, "No matter how useless I am, I won't find such an arrogant female cultivator as my dual cultivation partner. I'm just joking with Taoist Xiao." "Why is Taoist Xiao looking for Fairy Su Ming?" Fairy Xiang Feng asked. "Nothing much." Xiao Hua's face sank. In the future, whether it's Ji Prefecture or hidden Immortal continent, there won't be a cultivator called Fairy Su Ming. But Fairy Xiang Feng was surprised, but suddenly she seemed to have thought of something. She hurriedly stopped in midair and asked in a low voice, "What does Taoist Xiao mean? I've only met Fairy Su Ming once. I don't care about the grudges between you and Fairy Su Ming. Why is Taoist Xiao talking to me about this?" "Hee hee, Taoist Elmar doesn't need to worry." Xiao Hua said with a smile, I just want to tell Taoist Xiao that the cultivator who forced her to buy and sell was Taoist Chu Feng. Fairy Su Ming wanted to take revenge for Taoist Chu Feng and wanted to besiege me with other cultivators in the first maze, but I killed her. Sigh. Fairy Xiangfeng took a deep breath and sighed, damn Fairy Xu Ming. That Taoist Master Chu used her name to commit a lot of evil deeds, but these evil deeds were nothing more than gossip in Fairy Su Ming's ears. Now that she was dead, it was her retribution. In fact, there is really no need for Taoist Master Xiao to mention this to me. Xiao Hua stared at Fairy Xiangfeng and asked word by word, oh, this Xiao wants to know if fellow Taoists saw Fairy Su Ming when you entered the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Fairy Xiangfeng didn't avoid his gaze. Instead, she calmly replied, this old man can swear a blood oath that this old man didn't see Fairy Su Ming and the others outside the Misty Mountain Maze. Hearing Fairy Xiangfeng's words, Xiao Hua's expression relaxed. He smiled and said, fellow Taoist Elmar, there's no need to be so serious. I was just asking. It was also at this time that a rumbling sound came from afar. It was as if the entire secret passage had collapsed. An earth-shattering cloud of dust mixed with gravel rushed toward Xiao Hua and the others. Seeing this, Fairy Xiangfeng hurriedly waved her hand. A jade bracelet like magic treasure flew out. At the same time she shouted, Taoist Master Xiao, be careful. This old man just happens to have a bracelet that repels dust. Okay. Xiao Hua didn't have time to care about whether Fairy Xiangfeng had sworn a blood oath or not. He agreed and stepped aside, watching the jade bracelet fly in front of his head. The jade bracelet emitted an earthy yellow brilliance. That brilliance was like a long cover. Not only did it cover Fujiwen and himself, it also produced a strange fluctuation in front of his head. It separated the dust and gravel that were rushing over to both sides. However, the strength of the gravel in the secret passage was extremely great. The brilliance of the jade bracelet trembled rapidly like a candle in the wind. Taoist Master Xiao. Fairy Xiangfeng softly reprimanded and called out, this is the restriction of the secret passage. It seems to be quite powerful. We must work harder to break through. The longer we stay in this restriction, the more dangerous it will be. This old man will lead the way. But I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Xiangfeng's vigorous figure flying in front of him. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Sure enough, the restrictive spells in the second layer of the formation were far stronger than those in the first layer. Fairy Xiangfeng would not care about the dust and pebbles that were pouring into the tunnel like a flood if she were anywhere else. However, as she kept moving forward, she found it harder and harder to keep going. This was because not only did she have to find the direction in this secret passage, she also had to maintain the magic power of her magic treasure. Especially as she went deeper into the secret passage, Fairy Xiangfeng found that her magic power was getting more and more exhausted. Moreover, the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in the secret passage was getting thinner and thinner. The magic power consumed by Yuanying was much more than usual. Taoist Master Xiao. After flying like this for an hour, there was still no end in sight. Fairy Xiangfeng could only open her mouth and say, this secret passage is strange. This old man's magic power is actually not enough. This old man reckons that I can still hold on for the time of a meal. After that, I will let Taoist Master Xiao lead the way. And this Xiao has already sensed it. Xiao Hua's face also became serious. He said, this maze is actually starting to restrict my Taoist magic power. At the same time, it is also gradually isolating the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. I fear that there will be big trouble ahead. Fairy Xiangfeng snorted coldly. She took out a pill from her bosom and put it into her mouth. As expected, the jade bracelet could not be put into the Qianquan bag. Her expression changed greatly. Woo! At this moment, a gust of wind came from an unknown place. It was very cold and desolate. Fairy Xiangfeng could not help but shrink her neck. However, just as she moved, she froze in place. She hurriedly looked at Xiao Hua. Fortunately, Xiao Hua did not notice Fairy Xiangfeng's movement. Instead, he looked into the distance. After a moment, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Taoist Yunming, follow me." Saying this, he did not wait for Fairy Xiangfeng to speak and walked towards the right. Taoist. Fairy Xiangfeng opened her mouth. She did not know where Xiaohua's confidence came from. After all, in this place, there was only light. Spiritual sense could not see the edge of this place. Even a Yuanian cultivator was no different from an ordinary blind person. However, Fairy Xiangfeng tactfully followed behind Xiaohua. However, when she saw Xiaohua's defenseless junior, her eyes flashed with a strange expression. Xiaohua did not walk in a straight line. Most of the time, he would even walk backwards. In particular, every time he changed directions, Xiaohua did not stop at all. It was as if he could see the path under his feet clearly. Xiao, Taoist Xiao. Fairy Xiangfeng could not help but say, "You can see the space restriction?" Chapter 3744. No. Xiaohua replied without the slightest hesitation. When Fairy Xiangfeng heard this, she almost jumped up. She even said in a low voice, "Since you can't see, why are you bringing me around here?" Xiaohua shrugged and replied humorously, "Since Taoist friend doesn't know where to go, why don't you follow me? Just treat it as digestion." Digestion? Fairy Xiangfeng almost fell down again. This was the Misty Mountain Maze, a maze set up by a tribulation-passing cultivator. Their lives could be in danger at any time. How could he be so casual? At this moment, Fairy Xiangfeng really wanted to slap Xiaohua's face. After walking for a while, Fairy Xiangfeng's heart began to move. Unlike the arrogant Fairy Su Ming, she didn't have the intention to let Xiaohua go. Although Xiaohua said so much, she didn't believe him completely. Xiaohua's character didn't have much light in her eyes. What she wanted to do was to kill Xiaohua and calmly escape. Now that they were in this mysterious space, even if she did not have any means to attack Xiaohua, as long as she could escape from this space and kill Xiaohua, wouldn't she achieve her goal? While thinking, Fairy Xiangfeng looked at Xiaohua's back and looked left and right. Then, she turned around and started to walk away. Just as Fairy Xiangfeng walked a few feet forward, the seemingly ordinary light in front of her immediately disappeared. Following a series of rumbling noises, leaves and pine needles flew toward her like a storm. Oh! Fairy Xiangfeng scanned with her divine sense and immediately found the difference between the leaves and pine needles. She knew that the leaves contained a strong force. She snorted and did not hesitate to raise her hand to cast a spell. Just as she raised her hand, Fairy Xiangfeng's expression changed drastically. How could she still use her dermic powers at this moment? These seemingly ordinary flying leaves and pine needles were now sharp weapons for murder. He could instantly kill her right here and now. Oh no! Fairy Xiangfeng quickly retreated, but she had miscalculated. Not only could she not cast any spells, but her movements were also somewhat slow. How could she block the continuous flying leaves? Fairy Xiangfeng knew that things were not good. She could only hope that her armor could block so many attacks. CSI. The flying leaves and pine needles seemed to have the power to tear the void apart. Fairy Xiangfeng's face turned even paler when she heard this. In the blink of an eye, Fairy Xiangfeng's spiritual sense transformed into a hand. She did not care whether it was effective or not, and grabbed at the air like a Yuanian hand. Woo! Out of Fairy Xiangfeng's expectation, a nascent soul hand similar to the one she usually used appeared and grabbed all the flying leaves and pine needles in the hand, sweeping away all the miscellaneous items in the space. I see. Fairy Xiangfeng immediately came to a realization. She understood why she could only use her spiritual will in this space. This space is where Senior Zhonglang Zi tested the juniors of the Dao sect. What's important is the finer control of one's divine sense. Just as Fairy Xiangfeng came to a realization, Kachacha? 1,000 feet above her head, streaks of lightning appeared. Then, layers of dark clouds rolled and formed all sorts of indescribable shapes. Numerous fist-sized hailstones formed in the dark clouds and came crashing down. Good timing. Fairy Xiang Feng was filled with a heroic spirit. She performed a spell with both hands. Even though she did not use any arcane energy, it was no different from using arcane energy. One after another, cherry blossom-like lights appeared above Fairy Xiang Feng's head, protecting her firmly. PFFF. Unfortunately, Fairy Xiang Feng had underestimated the power of the hailstones.